designed the system and the checks and balances the way they did, I don't think they anticipated somebody like Trump coming along and doing what he did with the tariffs.
They actually did.
Which at the very, very least was short-sighted in the way that he rolled out the tariff policy. I've been in a very, very
oh no, the tariffs again.
Okay, but you're wrong.
Oh no, the tariffs again.
They actually funded the government with, guess what? Tariffs. They rolled those out. They actually expected Trump. They expected people like Trump and Jackson and Grant and Garfield and who else you want? Kennedys. They expected that. They clearly do it, which is why they argued against the two-party system. Multiple factions of that argued against that. That's the point where they had a source of contention. But they also provided a check and balance to that system, which is why the president is not a king. He is a servant of the people, elected by the people for the people, which means he has checks both in Congress and the Senate, and he has the Supreme Court to also check him, which has happened to Trump numerous times. Now, you may not like the decisions that are coming out of the Supreme Court or the legislation. That's fine. You may not agree with it, and that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. You're welcome to it. Thank the men that are giving the wind to the flag on Memorial Day because they gave their souls and their lives for that flag. But you have that freedom to do so because of the way our government is set up and established. So now, Trump is not just doing this randomly, and I disagree with Jason, because if he is doing the extreme ends and radically changing, maybe through your perspective, but he's still following what the Constitution is, and he is, because every time he loses in the court, what does he do? He's utilizing the courts, which means, guess what? He's following the constitutional process.
He is, but there's a report that he has disobeyed something like 300 court orders.
By his own Supreme Court that he did something which makes it unconstitutional. So, and then he'll just do it anyway.
I don't think it's a majority of litigation, but it's enough litigation. The judiciary, from my reading of it, has not really enforced their standards.
I don't know if you knew this, but insurrections are unconstitutional. Did you know that?
Okay, great. Show me an insurrection that has occurred since the Civil War.
Well, Trump apparently sparked an insurrection according to the Supreme Court.
You know where that came out of?
We have 4 years to Joe Biden. He got found to have done it until the Supreme Court overturned it. But my point is,
who found him to do it? A bias court in Colorado?
I guess I have to say this explicitly because you guys don't understand the fucking joke. I was being talking cheap.
I know you were. I was kind of giving it back, but the
point is, it's actually, I don't know how you can say confidence that Trump is following the Constitution. That's actually in dispute in so many different jurisdictions. Some of the shit that he's currently trying to do, and he's already been ruled against several times by his own Supreme Court. So it's awkward to say that if you know that stuff, right? I think.
Sure, but again, if you're going to say, give me the example that you're going to use, because you said numerous times, so give me the example.
The immigration. People without the process. He just did it anyway. And he said, "Oh, the planes took off already. Sorry." Shit like that. That's not. Is that constitutional? Is that him following the Constitution?
I mean, I'll grant you that one carve out there. Yes, the planes were already up in the air. Democrats should have moved faster. I disagree. I disagree though with the process. Wait. I do disagree because they didn't need to have that, what the Democrats and what people are arguing as due process, because Clinton, when he changed that reform, said, yes, it can be an administrative function, and you can actually follow through with it. The government can do that. So we have that legislation on tap exactly for the president.
But even administrative proceedings still entail processes, right? So due process would still apply, right?
But they weren't found in violation of a void administrative. Wait, they found in violation of that legislation.
They basically ruled that, yeah, their due process rights were violated. And they had to come up with a minimum. They remanded it back to the lower court to come up with a minimum amount of time that these people have to be notified so that their attorneys can, like, take legal action if they want to before they're deported. That was a ruling. I read this in a room. Like, I can find it if you want me to.
I remember it, and I do remember the ruling. Yes, I agree with that, and I give you that. I give you the carve out. But what most people think
my
it
point
was.
is, like, if he's doing things that the Supreme Court says, yeah, you can't do that. That's not constitutional. That's what that means, right? He's doing things that are effectively unconstitutional. Hence, they've been ruled against, right?
Correct. He has stretched the.
All I'm saying is
he stretched his powers and has gotten tapped back, just like every president.
Track record of those things, because that's not the only example I can give you. Where it's like he follows the Constitution. It's like, well, a person traffic laws, like kind of, like he's not always breaking them, but like he breaks them a lot though. Like I wouldn't say if that person follows the laws.
And the judiciary hasn't really put its foot down. From my reading, the judiciary has been rather lackadaisical. There are a couple of district court judges that have accused him of not following 6 major incidents where plaintiffs or judges accuse the president or the administration of ignoring or delaying court orders. Comes from ABC, so take it for what it is. At least one case where a federal judge found probable cause for criminal contempt tied to an alleged court order. So I don't know enough historical data about presidents disobeying court orders to know whether Trump's disobeying of some of these court is in any way.
We had Andrew Jackson famously say, great, the Supreme Court ruled against me, now watch them try to enforce it.
Yeah, not like
other examples of history, but like recently though, like
not in the modern era.
Obama did not flaunt his authority like Trump does. Like,
okay, the optics of it, yeah, Trump is braggadocious about it. I mean, Obama.
I mean, like blatantly violate court orders. Like he didn't do that like Trump did. So I don't know. Like, what? Unless you have an example, I don't know. Like, was there a ruling? The Obama administration, you can't do this. And the Obama administration is like, fuck that, we're doing it anyway. Like, give us one minute.
So, like, I mean, like, give me a second, I'll pull them all up.
Yeah. Take time. I want to learn. And I don't mean like appeals. I mean like the court says you can't do X. Some administrations are like, we're doing X. Like that's the Greeks. Like Trump did that. I've never heard of Obama doing that.
No, like I said, it may be peculiar for presidents in the modern era, but Jackson's an example. Probably Buchanan's another example.
FDR.
Rutherford B. Hayes.
Yeah. There's other examples. It's just that not recently. Like most of the recent presidents have.
Okay. I knew I would find it very easily. Syrian refugee notification dispute, Texas versus the U.S. Obama administration violated that with the refugee status. Then you had the DAPA immigration program, the Deferred Action for Parents Under Americans. Had a nationwide injunction after courts found procedural problems under the Administrative Procedure Act. The administrator filed an appeal, and then continued to implement the policy. The courts tried to block implementation, and Obama said he had the authority to do it, and they just basically didn't say he was necessarily violating. Recess appointments, Noel Canning, that was another one. And I mean, there's even the one where, when people say like the drones, American citizens, that one was also a violation. And
drawing up Anwar al-Awlaki and his brother, despite the fact that we're both linked to AP, for those unaware, Al-Qaeda and the Arabian Peninsula. they're still American citizens and deserve their trial.
Sorry, were any of the examples that you named Viking examples?
This is where I just put Viking because that's what people on the
left. That's fine. But were any of the examples you gave examples where the Obama administration was ruled against, and the Obama
yes, all of them were. The Syrian refugee.
I don't mean ruled against. I'm saying they were ruled against in terms of like they were trying to do something, and then the court said you can't do that, and then they just did it anyway. Or are you talking about appeals processes?
So what happened with the Syrian is they were told to stop. They had an injunction, and then they went ahead and said, we're filing an appeal, and then continued the process anyway, and did not follow the statutes. Even the courts found disturbing. And afterwards, the case was kind of summarily dismissed because it was already done. You couldn't undo that. So that was a problem for Texas, and Texas was really pissed about that. The DAPA, another implication that he went ahead and did by having another nationwide injunction at it. And Obama, I'm going to give him this. He was very skilled with the law. I don't know who, like his legal team was top notch, and they were able to play the court systems absolute. But he would go ahead and continue the action, and then go ahead and file an appeal and say, well, too late, so sad. So, I mean, I'll give you the win on this, that Obama technically, was able to get away with a lot of stuff, but he did face it. Trump is just not as good as Obama. Like, I mean, that's the way I look at it. Reagan was notorious for it. Clinton was. So is Bush.
So, I was looking for examples of the Obama administration violating court orders. These don't seem like examples of that. So that's why I'm confused. Like,
okay, so like the Syrian refugee notification dispute, Texas versus the U.S., the officials argued, and I'm reading this directly, so spare me. I had to just quickly Google this. The Obama administration failed to provide about Syrian refugee placements after the judge's directive related to information sharing in the case, determining vetting and backgrounds on all these individuals. The administration acknowledged certain refugees had been resettled without any notice to Texas, without providing them updates, and without providing background. So they basically dumped them in there despite the court's ruling on that and an injunction to stop that process. So they went ahead and did that.
Okay, so what I'm reading is that there was no injunction or court order violated in that case. So I'm confused. What was the...
There wouldn't be a violation despite the courts, like him just going against what the court said to do.
No, so reading here is that following the 2015 Paris attacks, Texas and Alabama sued the Obama administration, attempting to block Syrian refugees from being resettled in their states. The states claimed that the federal government failed to properly consult with them.
They had already resettled people.
Where was the sting? Like, give the timeline. Where was the injunction? Give it. If they resettle and the resettlement now sparks the lawsuit, where is there space for an injunction or stay or whatever? Like, where would that have been possible?
Hold on, let me look it up again and let me deep dive into this one because I only found the examples quickly on Google.
Okay, I found something that probably, this is from Ken Paxton when he was governor.
asshole that never been vaccinated was Attorney General, never governor.
Oh, he was? Yeah, Attorney General, not governor, my bad. In 2016. So maybe this is what you mean, because he's alleging these things. And he has a timeline here. So this is what his thing says. It says Obama administration. This is the title. Syrians in Texas without advance notice or information. The Obama administration has admitted in federal district court that it failed to provide the state with advance notice of Syrian refugees being settled in Texas, defying the judge's directive. Additionally, another group of Syrian refugees were scheduled to arrive in Texas yesterday, and Texas has not been provided adequate information about these individuals as required by law. The Attorney General's office today made a filing highlighting the need for injunctive relief in light of these recent events. Quote, the Obama administration continues settling Syrian refugees in our neighborhoods and communities under a cloak of secrecy, end quote, said Attorney General Ken Paxton. Quote, last weekend, the federal government settled refugees with no advance notice in complete violation of the court's directive and were scheduled to bring more refugees to Texas without providing adequate information about who they are. The threat to our communities by foreign terrorists is real. The greater concern is not what we know about these refugees, it's what we don't know, end quote. On December 2nd, that would help resolve Texas's security concerns. On December 7th, a federal judge directed that the federal government provide the state with advance notice of its intent to settle refugees within the state. On January 22nd, the federal government submitted a filing admitting it resettled refugees in Texas without notifying the court or Texas. Texas takes nearly 10% of refugees resettled in the United States, partnering with local volunteer agencies to help refugees transition to the state and pay associated costs. In this case, authorities have left Texas uninformed about refugees that could well pose a security risk to Texans and give them no say in the process. Two more paragraphs. Members of the federal government have expressed concerns regarding this massive expansion of refugees from an area engulfed in fighting with ISIS. FBI Director James Comey told Congress that the federal government cannot conduct effective security till the cows come home, but nothing will show because we have no record of them. Quote, I don't obviously put it past the likes of ISIL to infiltrate operatives among these refugees, end quote. Earlier this month, federal authorities arrested 2 individuals admitted to the United States through the refugee program for activities relating to supporting terrorism. This is the second time in the past year that the Obama administration has either defied or misled a federal court on major immigration issues. In March 2015, the administration admitted that tens of thousands of expanded work permits have been issued to unauthorized aliens in direct contradiction to the facts they presented in the U.S. federal court. And then it has a link to view the recent filing. So, I mean, if that's what you mean, that was alleged by the Attorney General of Texas. Maybe that's the support you're looking for.
Yes, I was. And I was trying to pull it up from the Atlantic because the Atlantic had an article on it, and I remember reading it back.
Well, I mean, top 10 ways Obama violated the Constitution during his presidency. I got one from the Cato Institute. You want that one?
You can go ahead and read that. Like I said, I just pulled up the ones that I remembered. So,
well, I'll just read the list. It's like detailed, and I'm not trying to read forever. So the Cato Institute, I just put in the chat. It's titled the Top 10 Ways Obama Violated the Constitution During His Presidency. It was written, published January 19, 2017. Okay. Obama only furthered the imperial presidency. Obama ignored constitutional checks and balances. 1. The Chrysler bailout was one. Dab up. 6. Assault on free speech and due process on college campuses. 7. Clean power plan. 8. The WOTUS rule. Waters of the United States. 9. Net neutrality. I remember debating net neutrality in college, by the way. The whole thing. And then number 10, EPA's cap and trade. So these are alleged to be the 10 ways they violated the Constitution.
Wow.
None of them include the Syria thing, which is interesting. So, I don't know. This is the Cato Institute, too.
Side note, do you certain parts of movies?
Yeah, I would if people were willing to pay me.
Yeah, I definitely think you can get paid for that.
Get your hand up, I invited you on stage. Sorry if you've been waiting for a while. I was reading stuff.
Damn, bro, just let me go.
I left you like Chicago. The Chicago Bears about to leave your city, bro.
Shut up. No one wants to be in the Chicago anymore. Not even the Bears.
Hey, Mikey. Hey, hold up. You gotta slow your roll, my boy. Yo. And what's up with you sending me fucking photos and shit?
You ain't see that fake nigga?
Yeah.
You ain't cooking though. You ain't make that shit, bro.
Nigga.
Tell my outfit look, you ain't make that.
I literally made that shit, nigga.
No, you did not. That shit look way too fancy, bro. Plates look too fancy. The forks is real now, nigga. Yeah, you had one. Somebody else make that. You ain't sophisticated like top good glassware.
Why you ready to know the nigga?
Not a damn thing. You better stop playing.
Oh, shit.
You look good though, but it don't look as good as the shit I made. Nigga, I actually have footage of me cutting. I ain't.
That's what I should. I should have made the goddamn video.
Can't deny it when you in there doing some voice in the back. You was like, hey, look at this shit, I'm cutting right. You know what I'm saying? What's up with Shani?
Hey y'all, what are you talking about?
Whether or not the Obama have violated court orders like the Trump administration. That's what we were just recently
Are we still jealous of Obama?
I think banking is jealous of Obama.
Like every
What?
night, yeah, like Trump is so jealous of Obama. It's crazy.
Means you're just trying to start shit.
I'm just calling it like I see it, bro.
You liar.
Just saying.
All right, guys, I gotta run. Jason, thank you. Thanks for letting me vent in here.
Yeah.
From that other
So
room.
before you go, I don't know. I mean, you have to go, but I still have that article up.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what you want to do. I mean, if you have to go,
We're in the third round of hockey finals, and I'm like, a fan, so I'm going heading to a hockey game. But I'll come back on. I mean, I love your rooms, but I like the Golden Knights a little bit more. All right,
That's
I'll come
funny.
back.
I bet. I want some steak.
Could have been down here in Texas. I'm going out for
What
it.
made you want steak?
Kirk will send me some pictures of some steak he pretend to cook, but he ain't really cook.
This nigga hating, honey.
funny.
Bro, you ain't cook that shit, man. Stop lying, man.
I literally did, bro.
He sent me a picture from like Chef's Instagram.
It's my fucking kitchen.
Lying.
It's lying.
PTR.
Hello. Bro, but as a matter of fact, hold on, you can see, bro. You can see.
Go ahead, I'll tell you, forget it.
My apartment. How do I know that? Nigga, just one of the pictures you can see I'm on a balcony.
Not the ones you sent me. I only see food. What you mean?
Oh, my son.
But you gotta put your whole body in it to buy it.
And you gotta hold the newspaper
All
from
I'm
today.
gonna do is I'm gonna pull a flatter like that's CGI.
Hey, PCR, bro. Hey,
Yes.
damn everyone.
Yeah, so that's what
Like, if you look towards the top of the picture,
You know how I can tell he did that? Because the placement of the steak, I know that wasn't at a restaurant.
Oh, I don't think it's at a restaurant. I just eat it. That's all.
That's funny.
Okay, where did you pick those up on the way home?
Dump that shit on a nice fancy plate. My week was stupid. Nah, like man, you ain't do that shit.
what's up, my people are here?
It looked like something you would do, Kirko, the way
What's
you
going on?
placed that.
I am the chariot. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust. Lead through divine cross upon your miracles, who can wash over the universe. Who company of beings to the house of rest. I let the ship arrive, and sing onwards to the heights of in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosaries of Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Clock, the Ancient Telesic Rites of Priesthood, the Rites of the Priests, the Rites on this reign, the sleeping body of the Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order if of less fame.
My object of supply, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. a borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scale to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I'll keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. Nothing up to dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. Your spine turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gap kiss the ground. achieve in time. And if I won, I have had hold on to the shape of what was lost. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object to life. I shall achieve in time.
Mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! Celebrating what we are, persuasion to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspirations. 17 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 17 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the Declaration. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included,
This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the lemur, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which the alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing, symbolize the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate A. Plate V gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram. Starting at upper right, the words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping. The lines define an hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Encrypt. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5 I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike, master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, tile and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the city. 11 are the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike Some black taxes are tax the largest. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Big Dragon. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Paychecks with a smiling mask. Gonna can't gonna change while you pass that. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line. You got on a mountain full of parking lot dreams. Sign your name on it down and like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screens. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out but locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, it's the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on all time. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who bring it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes up, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every ring. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers like the truth all the time. Don't tell me the cash. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
Mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Carmen Johnson is a reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the number the book's transparency. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. From the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Lead to divine thoughts upon your pinnacle. Who keep watch over the universe? You who come
This work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order the Order of the Knights of the Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, Montanists. The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. Of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. The crime. Fit the crime. My object of surround.
object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam. I shot the dream. The case is called clean. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the end to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. All the borrowed faith, you left no kind of grave, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I want, when I have had, hold on to the shape of what's lost to the cross, to the cross, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Attention and order from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The showstone, a crystal which they alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table. The principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Ed is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. He symbolized the universe in two dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to him. There is also a cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate B gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the leading corner fire of air.
Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it.
You also, I suppose the sauce that they make with like.
Gone. When I went to, that's what I'm dealing with. So it's not about that. It's a completely different dynamic going on here. Don't invite this guy in here when I'm talking about this.
Ooh, I didn't invite anybody.
So annoying.
Well, just understand that you do have the power.
Bam, bam. No, I'm not a psychopath like you, and I don't operate like you. I don't threaten people like you. And I can see the bigger picture. So this is somebody that I'm tied to, right? So I'm not doing that. Unlike you. I know that's what you would do, but
I'm not a Jew, so as you say, so I don't do that.
I don't know what that has to do.
Small-minded groups of men that wrote books about what they did.
But wasn't them having a pantheon, them saying that they defeated those guys and then added them to it?
Yeah.
So it shows the empire of some sort.
Correct.
Yes.
By the way, if you want to look at the Trojan War,
Well,
I saw a museum that had pottery depicting exactly the Trojan War, and specifically the gods who were the parents of the people involved. Helen of Troy, Paris, all of them interact directly with their deities who are Greek in nature, right? They are given Greek names, and they set into effect the glorious epic of the Odyssey, the great Greek story of the defeat of the Trojans. Do you understand? We don't know the Trojan story. We don't.
Hello?
They get destroyed. Their story ends.
Hello?
We hear the Greek legend of the gods of the Greeks that manipulated the enemies of them, the Trojans. Right? That's the story, and it's
Hello?
the sons of gods. That is the ancient history of one of the world wars that we tracked with a song.
Yeah, but didn't the Greeks also, through time, like even after the other ones, adopted and changed the names of those and added them to the pantheon? So, like, that's how we know about these places that we dig up, right? Like archaeology digs things up like that. Like for example, like Mithras and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that kind of like shared with that in the sense where we can look at like from 500 BCE and on? There's obviously been other kingdoms in Phoenicia or what modern day Lebanon today. At one point, it was they had the island of Cyprus, and I thought all the people that ran away from ancient Mesopotamia were like in that area of the Levant, like almost Turkey, right? In those areas, I'm saying the Greeks obviously had the bottom part. But the upper part, I'm trying to explain the map to you.
Just pull out the map. Let's see. It's not that
let me pull the map up.
The reason why also like the Vedics would have like these many gods was because the smaller kingdoms necessitated. Each kingdom had its own deity, and all these were like under so more fragments, more gods. With Abrahamics, the one God became a very convenient concept, right? And a modern concept. So
you have to understand that the one true God in a henotheistic model is the ultimate yes and improv. Yes, Zeus. Yes, Hera. Yes, Thor. Yes, dwarfs. Yes, aliens. Yes, elves. And we serve the one true God.
Well, no, with a pantheon, there is no like one true God. You're saying that you are going to communicate with different gods for different reasons, right? You're not like
No, in most cases you had one god that was like the patron of your geographic area, and that's the one you interacted with the exception of something like the Eleusinian mysteries, right, which were in Athens, near Athens, right, Nellius.
I gotta go.
That was for like, Demeter, Persephone, and putting it there and sort of
Wait a second, you couldn't think that one of the gods that got collected was the ultimate god?
Athena, in Athens, Athena was their ultimate god, right?
Yeah.
But they also
It was part of the pantheon.
They participated in separate mystery rites for Demeter and Persephone, right? So, but Athena was still their major, deity. Much like Delphi, right, is obviously going to be like Apollo, and then island of Delos, right? So it's all very geographically based. So it's not like it's more like the participating in other gods, rites, and rituals is like more of a one-time thing if you're going through some initiation ritual or something like that specific to that. But and it was far more widespread than people believe. They think like the Greek gods were like limited to just Aegean, peninsula there. But like you have like Artemis of Corinth, right? And all through that whole area of Anatolia, and like of course on the other side of the Hellesport, in Troy, they had the same gods. They just made like these cultural alterations to them to suit their purposes. So yeah, and even the Vedic pantheon is heavily related to the Greek pantheon because they came from the same original Proto-Indo-European pantheon. So yeah.
I'm trying to find inside this Wikipedia where it actually had the list of all.
Of all what?
The gods.
The Greek gods?
No, not the Greek. The Canaanite.
Oh, the Canaanite gods? Depends on which area. It's primarily like El, Ashra, Baal.
I'd rather start at Canaanite because you know that it's attached to ancient Mesopotamia. And so you could go back one, but then if we start at the Greek, then we have to account the Canaanite and then, from that area. I'd rather go to like
about Ishtar and Marduk.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That there's that's what I'm trying to say. That there other people believe that their god was the ultimate god.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is like the origin of most of the Greek gods, with the exception of like the local agrarian gods that they integrated into the pantheon, are their origins aren't Mesopotamian, they're Proto-Indo-European. So like they come from like the Eastern Russian steppe and the Caucasus. Similarly with South Asian, like the Vedic gods. And we can tell this by like, we've reconstructed a Proto-Indo-European language, and like their word for God is Deus Pitar, which, it's Zeus or Deus in Latin.
Well, this is where
Yeah, Ugarit, it's interesting in Ugarit. If you look at like the library of Ashurbanipal, that's actually where you do get like sort of like the merging of the Greek pantheon with the Canaanite pantheon prior to them both being like solidified, and you even get like titles of kings that become like Zeus, and then some demonym, right? This king was the Zeus, right? You look in the records, it's really kind of interesting. But the one that permeated most down into Canaan from the primarily, I think Canaanite gods they're more related to the Assyrian and Mesopotamian pantheons, but the one that did infiltrate
Nicene rites. And you see
That's who Alexander the Great was looking for. Searched foreign lands for Dionysus.
Yep.
Which is what, like almost like Christ-like sort of idea, right? He's going to foreign lands preaching Dionysus. It's like Jesus was the perfect Dionysus.
Yeah,
and Mary was the perfect pastoral representation.
Yeah, the temple ruins at Elephantine are really super interesting because that's where you see this sort of like mix of like Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and Dionysian cults. It's really kind of cool. It's super syncretic.
Well, they're saying that there was no Moses or Abraham in their writings. And then if we look at the Eshmon temple and that period, we also see similarities in the stories of King David and, the Chronicles or even Samuel or any of those stories. You see similarities in those stories too. So it is interesting because you see this development, right? And what's weird is that they have this put together sort of an argument to say that there are certain prophets or books that didn't mention Moses, or they don't mention Abraham, or they don't mention these sort of people, right? And I guess there is a certain way to look at it to see that if they do mention there is a lot of overlap in the language they use. But are they directly referencing them? Then it's like, yeah, but they're not all mentioned all the time, right?
They're not mentioned
in some
at all.
way. What?
They don't really mention at all. It just seems like these stories hold different names, keeping the same theme later on, and these different names would be Abraham, Noah, Moses, etc. Geography changes, a slight amount of detailing changes to these same like storylines. Obviously, like they were quite attractive to the human psyche, right? That they kept repeating the same old.
Well, that's what I mean. So the message of God is still the same, regardless if you're trying to, you're saving the best of the best of each story, right?
Yeah,
I think of how many hands it went through.
Yeah, and you're teaching morality through basically the archetype is like enforcing morality using the same stories of the life because they're familiar, because they are interesting to the human psyche, and because they're effective. So this is the genius of the archetype of the time.
That's why I always say this marriage between priestly of people for both, right? So you're going to say for Jews and for Christians. And it's like, I don't know, it's like a representation of it, of a tradition. And that holds.
Yeah.
Even though they're the secular, even the residue of what's outside of it, continues it somewhat.
Do I want duck breast or bison ribeye for dinner?
Breast.
Bison ribeye.
Aquas Burritos. Whoa, looks like someone's calling fucking Megatron out. You think...
No, it's just I knew the true intention he had was, somewhere else, I think.
You know that he's gonna know all those verses.
Was there any tension? What was the tension? What is
He's calling you out the chat, dude.
Yeah, read the chat and you're gonna understand.
He said, but Megatron, unfortunately, is scared of these verses. What are the verses? To take advantage of diversity, Isaiah 53, Deuteronomy 18:18, John 14:16, Psalms 2:7.
Yeah.
Yeah, ballsy to say that. You actually just committed shirk, but it's all good. I mean, with Psalms 2:7.
All right, go ahead.
Same with Psalms 2:7.
We'll talk about it. Let's see if you're
Are you
not
saying that
sick of it.
is your precious prophet have anything to do with Psalms 2:7? I'm asking you.
No, I'm not claiming this, but you're claiming something though. What is it?
What was that? What was? I didn't read the post. Can somebody read it for me? Because I'm driving, so I only got a glimpse of it.
Well, I wrote it down, so I'm gonna read
Can
it.
you read it?
Yeah, I just said, to take advantage of the stage. So there's like a diversity here. I saw there was like some Jews, Muslims, and Christians. So what would be your opinions on the verses here? Isaiah 53, Deuteronomy 18:18. Well, you could pick anyone from them and just expand. Do you have any things in mind?
Well, I think that when people say the prophet like Moses, first of all, if you have to read 33, 34, 35, there is no prophet like Moses. Never again. No, by you saying that is weird. So when Christians use this as a polemic or to say there would be, I think it's just because of the climate or the period of the time. It's nothing that we're saying now.
So you're saying because
he doesn't, because to give Jesus, like Jesus doesn't have to. That has nothing.
You're saying he's not comparable to Moses, but he's superior. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, like it would be no reason to say.
Wow.
Because because you gotta remember when Jesus is coming back, he's still going by the same laws that Moses kept. So why would he be there and say, "Oh well, I'm just," you know what I'm saying? He would have to fulfill those, right? He's not coming in to say, he's the prophet like Moses.
Wait, so you agree that the verse is not talking about Jesus?
Yeah. I don't think it's talking about Jesus in that way. Yeah.
Interesting.
I think they're describing a prophet like a prominent person, like possibly a new covenant of some sort.
Okay, so what verses would you refer to in the Torah that actually would prophesize about Jesus if Jesus himself said
let's go
that
with
he
the
would
other
prophesize in the Torah?
Isaiah
Well, that's the one. This verse is the most explicit
one. Home run. 18:18 would not be explicit. 14:16. What's 14:16? That's the Holy Spirit. Psalms 2:7. What's Psalms 2:7?
Wasn't it close to the suffering servant situation? Like from what
How are you reading Isaiah 53?
Well, no, I understand your position. Like, let's compare your position to, the traditionalist Jewish perspective, and then
which position are you taking? Are you taking the Jewish perspective? Which perspective are you taking? What's going to be your angle?
I don't know. Let's read it first. I think I would say I could see how this could this could be related to a messianic figure, for sure.
53.
But what's the context? That's the question. Because I've never the whole portion. Like it's around 60 chapters, right? So I've never read the entire thing. So you tell me, actually.
So I think that if you look at the Jewish view, they don't know whether this is going to be the Messiah or the King. So that's still up in the air. Christians took the position of Jesus taking on both.
Okay, so
we're saying Jesus fulfilled both of them: the suffering servant, Messiah ben David, Messiah ben Joseph, and Messiah ben David is the king of the heavens.
Well, first, do you know if they have traditionally seen this passage as a messianic passage?
They probably, of course.
Show me the proofs.
Are you serious? They use this prophecy of Moses also. Moses was.
No, you're saying.
Yes. You said messianic.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now. All right, so Moses is a lower type of Messiah. He's not the Messiah, but he is Messiah. So he would be the suffering servant that is Messiah and never got to enter Israel. So he is that suffering servant that led his people into Israel, but him and his brother weren't allowed. So I can easily see that. You can easily see this being Moses also.
Okay, but that's not referencing the Messiah.
No, well, show me where it says the Messiah. Or I just find the Messiah. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you make that claim, then prove it.
I'm not making the claim. You make the claim, all right? So you see Jesus in this passage. So obviously you think Jesus is the Messiah.
You're taking my word for it?
Well, no. Actually, I'm literally saying show me proofs, like for what you say. So if you have any evidence that there's
the gospel is
an interpretation,
the gospel is like portraying this. Yeah. So I'm gonna just read you the whole gospel to show you Isaiah 53.
Okay, well, show me in the Gospels where it references Isaiah 53. That would be good. A good start, at least, right? Wait, I'm confused. There's two guys here. Same picture. Who's who? Laser?
Okay. So where do we start?
You know, a laser.
Where do we start? I'm gonna start, my friend.
Well, you tell me.
Can I share the link?
Yeah, show me a reference from the gospel where there's like an explicit reference of Isaiah 53, or if you have like any classical tafsir from Jewish.
Okay, so how do you want
first time?
Categorize? Do you want every verse, or do you want every other verse of Isaiah 53? Because I'm going to give you the whole complete rundown. But you let me know how explicit you want this list.
Yeah, you feel like you do whatever you think is enough. I'm just gonna write whatever you have to put forward, you know. I'm not asking you like if it's too complex. Don't take it too complex. Just simplify it, and then we can discuss from there.
A meme is basically challenging
It wants to do. I'll do a verse for verse breakdown. I mean, this takes me a little bit to type up. But yeah, sure. Let's so I'll just start from verse 12, and then I'll do verse 12 on if we pass 12. But to show you, you said does it reference the New Testament? Sure. Go for it. Pick up the link.
Yeah. Okay.
This is what I mean, Daniel. This isn't stuff that he can look up on his own. Like this is not even a challenge. He just wants you to do the work for him.
Okay. Then you can defend your position.
There is no argument.
Okay.
If you're saying that this person corrupted the Gospels, this much,
going there.
I mean, I think
you are going there. I haven't even
thought this much. No, I would say to it. But then it'd be what? You think one or two sentences is going to throw the whole thing off? That's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean.
Oh, so he's not making the same claim as you. He's not saying it's verbatim. He's saying it's divinely inspired, right? Which is a more easier position to defend than yours.
Yeah, they knew the scriptures before. They had an expectation.
Okay, so John 12.
If you want to say, right, because I'm going to think that you're an atheist. If you want to say that this story is an amalgamation of other stories that reached the peak in its time for humanity.
Representative LaHood, who, as the chairman of our Work and Welfare Subcommittee, has been a tireless champion for America's foster youth and a leader in advancing these long overdue reforms.
Like, for you also, then whatever other beliefs that stem from this is going to be also
There
advanced.
go the niggas again. Go me, gimme.
Okay, so here.
Just you taking the atheist position, I think.
I'm
You
I'm
should take the atheist position because you always tell me that it takes.
I'm acting like a
I'll
Pharisee
show
right
it
now.
to you.
You'll have to defend your claim. You'll have to defend that whatever you believe in is backed up by the sources we have. Why not?
No. Unlike you, he's not putting all his eggs in the basket of scripture. Your position is very hard to defend. He's saying I have the logos. That's Jesus himself.
No, he's
For
saying
him, like
Jesus is the Messiah based on the Old Testament. I'm gonna have to stress this out, right? Well, it's not Jews, right? If you're Jewish, right, for example, you're gonna.
Is he taking on the Jewish position? Not
You're gonna have
not
to.
at the beginning of the conversation.
Well, I just told you I'm gonna take the Pharisaic position. You're
Watch
saying
this
Jesus
one untrained man
is,
handle his business against a bunch of
the
people.
suffering
This girl
servant
continually getting the
in Isaiah 53, right? So let's see how it goes, right? Where in the Gospels, what passages would you say backs up this claim? So, let's read it.
Verse 1, Isaiah 53, verse 1. You're saying it doesn't reference the gospel. That's what it is. That's what John 12. That is something you don't know. 53, 1. You want to start there? That's like,
So I have the passage in front of me. I can read it. Okay, so it's even after Jesus had performed so many signs in their presence, they still would not believe in him. This was to fulfill the word of Isaiah the prophet. Lord, who has believed our message, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? So it's the source of this verse. Nice. Okay, so we have at least one reference. So it's good. It's good to know. 53, verse 1.
verse 1. I mean, we'll start there. Awesome. You want to go to verse 2?
Sure.
Go to verse 1.
Actually, what I was
Every single verse referencing nonsense. Yeah, I mean, what questions do you have?
because as it says elsewhere, he has believed in their eyes and hardened their hearts. So they can neither see with their eyes nor understand with their hearts. No two, and I will heal them. Okay, this is a reference from Isaiah 6. Isaiah 6, 9. That's a good one. Okay, Isaiah 6, because he saw Jesus glory and spoke about him. At the same time, many even non-believers believed in him. But because of the Pharisees, they would not openly acknowledge their faith for fear to be put out of the synagogue. For they loved human praise more than praises from God. And Jesus cried out, "Whoever believes in me does not believe in me only, but in the one who sent me. The one who lives in me is seeing the one who sent me. I have come into the world as a light, so that no one who should say the word peace. If anyone hears my words but does not do them, I do not judge that person for I do not come to judge the world, but to save the world.
You're making it worse. And now for men, if you're getting judged by a bunch of people who do not turn your back against them, you're literally giving them free shots and you can't see it coming. Also, don't be the one that's attacking them because you're putting yourself at risk to encounter. Your whole strategy against multiple people should be to move back and laterally and partly feel attack. You want to continue to be moving target. For example, look at Ryan McRae knock himself down by throwing a wild kick. If he's moving, this is great, but if you're not moving, you get tangled up with him, you fall down and they swarm you. So what you need to do is practice moving backwards while you're punching. As long as you're not stationary, they're going to have a hard time hitting you cleanly. And lastly, if they end up in a high ground like this, all you have to do is use your knee to bump them even further forward and then escape out the back door. But in this case scenario, don't stay on top, just get up and get away.
Reply. They would say, no, this is actually Isaiah 53. True. To one servant, which is the Jewish people, right, was their counter claim. Then there's also like many there's one view that says it's concerning Jacob, right? So one interpretation I think says it's referencing the prophet Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. But then you'll have to argue, no, the Messiah represents all of Israel. I could say this.
2026 election was unconstitutionally blocked.
I mean, for me, it's clear. And in any case, it's clearly talking about a servant who does not speak of his own shahawat. He does not speak of his own desires. He's simply, reciting the words God has inspired in him, right? He is commanded to do.
Facts.
Yeah, I think it's a good position.
Who has a crush on?
I have to remind myself to breathe sometimes.
Anyways, do you have any additions?
You lost again.
Any comments? I see. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. I love the one, the thing he said in verse 47. Which one was it? Yeah, if anyone hears my words but does not keep them, I judge not that person, for I did not come to judge the world, but to save them. Like in Aramaic, right? And then he says this, and in a sense, his name is Yeshua, right? Or Jesus, right?
This book on John Locke is crucial. It explains the ideas of life, liberty, and progress.
Basically,
this book on John Locke is
to be a savior for the world in some sense, right? And now here we are. We hear the echoes of the words, but it's doing a job that's not a lot of physical expectations, building a temple, doing this, doing that. But in reality, the legacy of Jesus was much more.
This book on John Locke is crucial.
Much more simple and much more powerful because it's words. To the people. Hope to achieve something. Yeah.
Are you still doing that TikTok stuff?
Yeah, well, I
Black Noir was Spot's most obedient killer. He had powerful regeneration abilities, but now he just wanted to.
So it's impossible. Last live I've done this something else. Oh God.
If Soldier Boy came for revenge, his immortality would mean nothing. To deal with Soldier Boy, Homelander proposed they team up. But the moment Homelander finished speaking, Black Noir walked straight into the elevator. He cut open his skin with a knife and removed Fog's tracking device. He hit before him. They saw his fear and cheered him on together.
Soldier Boy. Through that erection in the 7th grade. By golly, you forget this.
They used cartoon animation to show Black Noir's past. He was once a member of Soldier Boy's team, but Soldier Boy always bullied his teammates. He crushed Black Noir's dream of becoming an actor.
If Grandma says I don't got
Reach potential, I guess, on TikTok. So yeah, so that's the point. But so far it's
This
just
book on John Locke is
not that
crucial. It
consistent.
explains the ideas of life, liberty, and property. A must-read. Hey everyone, check this out. It's 25 Zen essays by R.H. Blythe. Really interesting. Hey everyone, check this
I
out.
don't know. He's gonna have to be more consistent.
Hey,
Wait, so you guys
hey
are on
everyone,
TikTok?
Yeah. Well, the platforms also, but yeah.
Did you make any money?
hey everyone,
That's not
check
what I
it.
asked.
You said, did I make any money? Well, I received some roles.
Hey everyone, check
I don't know,
this
like
out.
some people send
It's 25
like
Zen
gifts,
essays by R.H.
sometimes.
Blythe. Really interesting.
Not that much, because in Canada, the monetization is it's not there. It's not like in the US. I should have taken like an American number and but no, I just didn't. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Talking about this book, 25 Zen essays by R.H. Blythe. Hey everyone.
Far and wide. As long, the way that I see things is this, right? As long as, I'm doing something positive, whether it's even one person, two persons, I'm happy with it. I would say it's also in person, right? So there's a lot of work that could be done in person, and looking forward to do this. Yeah.
Do you mean you're going to collaborate with?
If Grandma said
They were all enthused, and they were going to protest, and everybody said, "Oh, the regime's going to come to an end," and then all of a sudden, boom.
Some things are more appealing than others. Like some jobs. I'm not doing this like full time yet.
Every single day I thank him.
Yeah, so do you have like
Hey everyone, today I want to talk about this book, 25 Zen Essays by R.H. Blythe. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is crucial. It explains the ideas of...
If I have contacts, I do, but yeah, I do, but I'm not going.
Marcus, do you want to be
100%
or something?
Oh, if that's
I'm not invest. Like, I mean, after all, religion is the best business with very low investment, but like heavy ROI. So.
Are you That's it.
I mean, a strategy goes a long way, my guy. Right? Like, if you actually want to get your information out to people, it's useful to have a strategy. Nargis is in it for the dollar signs, though. That's very interesting. Heavy.
I feel like
Hey, Joe, your girl is breathing her last. It's going awful quiet. Get it out. Get it out. Just one angry shot from Furiosa.
Well, because sometimes things that are comforting is actually something good, right? Because, you could be speaking to someone.
It was a different culture. I was not on dating apps and Instagram.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Hey, God, you ever see this credit card be worn? It's a
as a regular business, because it's more of a charity. It's more like you think there's an issue, right? And then you're trying to provide value for an issue. So the people who are going to partner with you, they have to understand that it's not a I invest and then we make profit. No, it's more of I invest and we make a real change in the world. For example, it's just charity. This is charity.
been successful with this model because you cannot upfront the God concept. You can't up an army. It's the best thing to sell.
I guess I'm not so sure about that. Like,
I'm telling you.
Adam Bial. Just because you're doing something and is righteous, right? Like you're sitting here and you keep going back to it. It's a charity. You want to actually reach people. There's some spiritual whatever. Okay, that is independent of having a viable business model, right? So the two should not be seen at odds. Especially in Islam, we don't have this idea of about poverty or things like that. You can make good money doing good. And so you should also, if you're taking this seriously, thinking about this, you should not have in your mind that, because I'm doing this for God or whatever, therefore making
when it comes to God, it comes with a certain image, right? You don't want to be part of the people who are going to, feed, take money, right, from the people who are listening to you because of information that should be, a no-brainer for available to all. So this is why, if you want to give Qur'ans, you should do it, out of your own pocket. It's free. There you go. If you want to feed the poor, it's free. There you go. So, yeah.
It is. Right? It's how you build off of that. The product has always been around. How do you think, innovation happens? Inventions take place. None of these are out of. This has been the most efficient way of doing sales. Now, does it bring good to the world? Sure, that's a profit. That's a benefit.
I agree with what Adamir was saying about Qur'ans and stuff, right? There are things sure, giving people scripture, passing on the hadith and stuff. But then there are things where you're actually
no, you don't want to pass down the hadith, bro. You're going to get screwed.
Okay. Those things for them. Can I charge a fee for this? And the Prophet says, yes, you can. View of things and how to maybe hold on to Iman or hold on to Deen in the face of certain challenges, like in pop culture, for example. That's a service, and there's nothing wrong with making money off of that. But if you're going to somebody, if you're going to go to somebody and teach them how to pray Salah, okay, I understand sentimentally and maybe even from a matter of perspective principles, okay, I'm teaching you how to pray. I want my reward to come in the next life. I don't want my reward to be in this life. I totally understand that. But to me, I main is one of religion or whatever, then I can't make any money off of it. And quite the contrary. Trust, right? So it actually helps you build. And then if you're generating profits, you can actually build your business and do more things with your business if you.
I'm not against it on all sides. For example, if someone has he makes videos on YouTube and then he uses this platform, this multi-billion corporation called YouTube and Google, right? He used them in order to send a message and they pay him a fee, for example. He's making money this way. I wouldn't disagree with that, but I'm saying when it comes to spreading faith or spreading God, to others. To do it for free, so this is why in my mind I do separate both. I'm here's business ideas, let's make up money in the real world, let's resolve accumulated enough money, then you could invest that money into whatever purpose purpose you have. And you could even, like, that's the thing though, there are many persons who are willing to give, you know, charity in a cause they believe in. So, you know, I would rather take, you know, my money and the money of someone who's, you know, willingly giving his money in a cause we both believe in, rather than, you know, in a sense, pumping the money out of the people you serve. It's, for me, I see this as a contradiction. So yeah.
You make the most money. I'm serious. Like, have you done the survey on it? What are the videos that are being watched the most?
Are you gonna make social media content? Religion, or you want to attack the religion? Because you can make money either way.
Maybe promote it, because those who promote have more zealous, right? That's why I think selling a god is so much more easier than destroying a god.
These conversations about God and the nature of God and religion, and the end is you're just going to become a grifter, a religious grifter.
Absolutely.
Wow. You really are like a hedonist, aren't you?
Of course.
Oh, that's great. Well, you're a woman.
Both sides.
But you're a woman.
You haven't seen my content though.
I've been listening to you. How many rooms with you? Are you kidding?
It's not going to be like this. I'm going to definitely hire people like to teach me how. Sell a concept.
What, you're just going to tweet at them and they're going to agree to work with you? Why the hell would they?
I know them personally.
Okay, and they're going to like let somebody with no following, like it still doesn't make sense for them from a business perspective.
No.
If they are her friends, you know, they could agree. That's, but for me, I would say it's more.
When it comes to money, people don't actually operate that way. Like, if you don't bring something to the table, like your friend is gonna say, "Hey, I'm happy to support you when there's something in it for me."
They're not supporting a chance to make more money.
Listen, if you wanna grift, Catholicism is having a moment right now. You can promote Catholicism.
You should partner with Jews, Nargis. How haven't you thought about this one? I'll make some contacts in LA and New York, and then.
Bro, I have famous contacts on my TikTok. You probably know them.
Nargis, if you want to make money, just become a Zionist Iranian. Just become a Zionist Iranian. You'll make so much money.
Oh, that's not interesting. It should also be interesting, right? It should have that, like, virtuous quality to it. You know, because it's very easy to act virtuous. It's one of the easiest things to do.
Act virtuous about Israel bombing Iran. You'll make so
much money. That's it. You shouldn't complicate it. It's like, most people are dumb. They'll buy anything. If you're different, they'll buy anything from you.
You and Adam Yale should just start a podcast together.
I don't think we're on the same page.
No.
I'm all about quality before quantity.
Is that what you're pointing towards, Marcus? Nexus, right?
Nexus. Yeah.
I mean, if maybe she reforms her things, maybe we could partner up. Who knows? But yeah.
Or was it YouTube? I mean, not YouTube. Netflix with the cult, the Nexus.
Yeah, Nexus. Yeah, the Nexus cult. What a great cult.
You know about this?
Yeah, of course.
The guy that fucked it. He's the guy that fucked up all the women.
He fucked it up. It involved it was so attractive. What a great cult that was. And how bad, and how...
Maybe they don't know about this. Let me put the link up at the top. Hold on a second.
Yeah, man. The next... If they didn't fuck it, if they didn't have the brand...
It's in Nexium.
Nexium, yeah.
Nexium.
Yeah, Nexium.
Not Nexus. Nexium.
What a great... I did so many documentaries on them. Fantastic. What a model.
I think we need to bring back Osho.
I stayed in his weekend ashram. It's really, it's not going to fit anymore.
An older lady. She was a psychologist. She had a doctorate degree on manipulation.
Yes. Dark psychology, yeah. See, I would sell perennialism. It's just that, which is very ongoing right now. It's really
like this. Will you sell it like this? Like this? Like if I start a cult, it's gonna be like this. The smart men don't get fooled by fucking pussy, man.
Yeah,
they ran successful. He did Ponzi schemes before, and he was successful.
He did so well. Each was called a vanguard in this Nexium, right? My God, he brought about hierarchy, and that brought about freaking competition in his followers. He did it so intelligently. Dark mind, very dark evil mind.
What is even? I don't see the. It's not even attractive in any sense. Like, what are you getting? Cult leaders freaking fooling people and.
What do you think you're doing? What do you think religion is doing?
It's not a cult. There's a difference between religion and cult. Like religion
is actually about truth, though.
Exactly. Cult is based on. And it's satanic. Like it's literally exerting power, and the people, the first stakeholders have more power, and it's all a scheme.
That's right. Like the higher scholarship, the popes, the mullahs, that's correct.
This is meritocracy. They deserve their place. An imam studied for years. You know, he have knowledge. He knows the deep end of the religion, so on and so forth.
So do very well studied calculators.
Freak, you're talking about dark manipulation tactics.
What do you think religion is? If you don't do this, you go to hell. What is that? What is that in your brain?
No. But I'm going to speak of the main ones, Abrahamic ones. It's all about truth, guiding people towards a greater good. Yeah, something that's reducing chaos, reducing evil in the world.
Fear-mongering is the basis called. If this, then hell. If not this, then heaven. Is the basis of the placement, of giving you placements.
Here's the question.
Yeah,
is there spirituality that's not tied up with like manipulating people in your view, or is everything a manipulation?
Everything is, like Aleister Crowley here says, is hypnosis.
Aleister Crowley? Are you kidding me?
This guy here, John Kitover, says.
Now you made it more general. Hypnosis, like no, it's either manipulation or true intentions.
You fully or you
your way. You call it anything, bro. In the end, that's what it is.
I know Christians are hypnotized, but you guys take the cake.
Yeah, these guys are eating the cake too.
There's a fact of the matter to like existence. It's not just whatever.
I mean, you just want to
local.
You want to put your metaphysics against mine? I don't know what your metaphysics are.
I'm a perennialist. I'm a traditional. I'm not like Nargis who says I'm a perennialist because I just understand the intellectual frameworks of different religions.
I'm a traditional perennialist too, actually.
How? You think all religion is a con?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it as
Yes,
as Dan says it. You are a
not the universal
judge.
principles, right?
You are a
The
judge.
principles are corny.
You're saying judge like chicken?
Yeah, that's the joke.
What is your
Gambling. Well, I mean,
no.
My temple? What do you mean? Like the temple of Muslims or okay.
Yeah. What is
So we have mosques and we have the Kaaba.
church, and we know that it's either going to be me or you, right? But we're going to make sure it's you. Before it's me.
What is
And
that?
the race is on. Well, every empire falls. Eventually.
Except, and now I'm gonna take the verse from Daniel, was it 7? Except the last empire of God, who is carved by God's hand, right in the mountain, the rock, the foundation, who's gonna stay up, the last religion on earth.
abstract, whatever that is.
Wait, Nargis, do you believe in prophets?
Sure.
Or yes?
Sure, I do, yes, why not? What do you believe in? I believe in archetypes, the principle of good humans that have come to guide others at all times, yes.
So there's a divinity. The divinity sends messengers. The divinity sends revelation. So those are parts of your worldview.
Of course, the bee is a messenger. The flower is a messenger. The human is a messenger.
Okay, hippie. But are there then people who are sent throughout time to protect the messages that are sent that were sent?
The truth, that is that one true principle that, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then how can it be the case that whole religion is just
Marcus, you think it needs to be protected? How is it protected? If it's the truth, it's the truth. You can't separate it. Like,
it's not protected. It's just a reminder because humans forget.
Well, it can be divinely protected also. Why not?
How?
If it's something is true, then it's true.
Yeah, there's no need to protect it. Truth doesn't need anything.
Well, because evil.
It's not contingent upon anything.
No, so what I'm saying is that the evil forces may want to erase the truth, but if absolute reality protects a certain reality, who are you to even try to even destroy it? We would say as Muslims, basically, if all the humans on earth wanted to erase the Quran, we would not be able to do so. That's the claim. It's still applicable.
What is the Quran?
Right now. Challenge. It's a challenge, actually.
I don't know what the Quran is. What is the Quran? I don't know what
You should want to write it.
Yeah, what does that mean? Like, is that a verse? You have to explain that to me. I know nothing about this.
Yeah, there's a
religion like that.
So there's
the
a
Quran is a what? Is a holy book? Is that what you're saying it is?
Of course.
Okay. And then
Reminder on Judgment Day.
Okay, and this was okay. So this is your holy book. All right, okay, go to what is the verse? What does it say?
Let me find this.
Is this referencing something from the Bible?
No, it's just making a claim. God is making a claim about the book, right? It's not to say, like, I'm not here trying to say, oh, your Bible is corrupted. The preservation of the Quran, that's it. It's in chapter 52 verse 33. Yeah.
I don't think you're a perennialist, atheist. You're a traditionalist Muslim who acknowledges, like, prophets who came and spoke of it, just as Islam claims.
He's not
perennialist. It's too dedicated, too
I am highly traditional. I do consider myself like highly traditionalist. It's just sometimes, I don't know, you can't dismiss everything, right? So that's my perspective.
Who's dismissing everything?
Well, I don't know. Some people do see the world black and white in the sense that, I'm right, everyone is wrong. So I don't think I take this approach per se, even though I do have a lot of black and white ideas, right? So.
Like, then, in that case, then why would you be propagating one particular thing that you're calling truth, right? Instead, you would propagate that which is like a true principle instead of like a particular. You would say that there are universal truths and there are like particulars to that universal truth. These particulars come in the form of religions, but different. But the universal truth or these universal principles are true at all times, right? In any possible world. And they don't change. So much easier difference.
Well, there is, yeah, but that's the thing. I wouldn't necessarily disagree. But, like, you can have, because again, it depends how you see it, right? Like,
That is deen.
exactly.
Mazhab is religion.
Well, madhab, it's even more sectarian-like.
That is religion.
Yeah, it's like a subcategory of in a religion.
Yeah.
So yeah, but my approach is pretty simple. I would say, any religion has truth, right? Now you should just be able to decipher what is that truth, and in order for you to do this, you should know those universal laws in a sense.
Yes, correct. So every mazhab has deen as the biggest set.
Yeah.
The subset is mazhab. So mazhab can be anything, right? You call it something, you give it names, you give it particulars, you give it differences. It's just like diversity in human beings. But the biggest set is human.
I've heard perennialist, I don't know how to say this word. I've heard that came from a Jew, actually. It was a rabbi who was saying that he read the Quran, and he said that actually whenever in the Quran it uses the word deen, it's not referencing, let's say, just the religion of Islam, but it's referencing the religion of God, which is, above the divisions of man. So he was saying basically that Muslims and Jews are both following, and Christians are both following the same deen, but they have different shari'as, right? Different covenant. But then, it could be a controversial take, right? It could really be a controversial take depending on how you see this. What's my approach? I would say I'll have to think about it. I don't know.
So go back in history and see the record is historic. You have to see how historic Muhammad utilized these concepts, right, to become successful and victorious in his empire of faith. And how he did it was by using deen as the very basis, not mazhab. So he's presenting a structure, like a universal truth principle. He's including all other mazhabs. He's saying, okay, the Christian, okay, the Jew, okay, with slight alteration, such that he can keep the deen going. The deen here being taslim, to surrender. That is the very that perfects you. To know exactly what you are, which is a contingent being, a dependent being, and to surrender to that dependency. That is the best of all truths. It will always serve as a concept.
Wait, who are we saying again?
Yeah, who did that?
Who is that? Who said that?
In the din of Islam.
Yeah.
The best of all din.
Oh, that's a verse in the Quran.
Right.
Yeah, because God gave a name in the Quran to this deen, or yes, some people say. Okay, listen. Some people would say it's not a name, but that it's gonna be rare. Like, and like he references to a name.
Is not there historically in the first 10 years of the Prophet.
I don't have an issue.
You don't study history. This is why you
I
can't
do study history.
historical reference.
I'm aware of your position. I'm really aware of it.
It's not my position. It's
or the position you're presenting, right? Yeah. So yeah, you could say the religion of God or the universal law of God is to surrender to the will of God, right? And a Christian could say, yes, I also surrender to the will of God. And a Jew can say, yes, I also surrender to the will of God.
Islam means to surrender to the will of God. Where are you getting it from? What is
well, that's actually undeniable. This is from the Quran.
Truth, right?
Yeah.
To the will of God. Don't add fucking words to it. Islam is what?
That's what it is. That's what it is.
What is Islam? Give me the freaking
Islam is
the meaning of it.
Yeah. So because it's linked to different words, it's also related to peace, right? So through submission, one achieves through true peace, right? So that's what the essence of Islam means. That's it. Pretty simple, basic, and it's true, right? So that's what it is. There's no many words. When you surrender to the will of God, that's where you sense this true sense of peace within yourself, because you're going with reality, not against it. That's what it is, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the conversation. I really don't know too much about what's going on, but I'm trying to pick up on little things here and there. This is really interesting.
Yeah.
But you're doing really good now. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what Islam is either.
Okay, but Marcus, you literally denied the definition, but can you propose a solution? What's the counter? Like, I don't understand this sort of tension.
I didn't deny that. I said don't put excessive words in it. So when you say like to surrender, it's to surrender to what? To reality.
Yeah, but there's also this aspect of peace in the word of Islam.
Okay, you can add that. The salah. Okay, all that. Those would be, but the idea is to like surrender to the reality of things, right? To be aligned with, like you said. If you don't, then you're flunking, basically. If you do, then you have known it, and that is the best of all structures. That is true. And all
it doesn't need to be preserved, I guess, or like even it's true for sure.
True is true. Whether you preserve it or not, it stays.
I got a little weird when you said that. Was some preservation?
Yeah.
Preservation.
Yeah, it is just insecurity. As though like truth requires us to preserve it.
Yeah. Megatron, he's making connections like, the Greek words we have. Yeah, I really agree with you, man. Like, I'm not here trying to say like, oh, the Bible has whatever, this and that, and no, that's not my way. I'm just trying to understanding with you, man.
Prove that the Bible was corrupted. I would just expect them to give me the evidence. I'm all up for like people who, to say, oh, I don't think this is true. Be like, yeah, just show me where, like, is there another one that says it's not? And then we just go from there. I mean, I have no problems with you saying it's.
Can I ask you a classical question? So this one, you probably heard it, but I'm curious to see how, like, what's your actual position? So the question is this. So what Bible do you think is the one?
The latest one.
The latest one.
Yeah, because the preservation of the Bible gets better and better and closer
It's really
to
mysterious.
its original form every time it's translated. We're taking a database of not only one language, but multiple languages with the same meanings. But no matter how you say it, no matter how many times it's been said, it's going to be to its original meaning. So the more translations we have, the more research and development into it. So it only preserves it even better. Just like we've seen with the Dead Sea Scrolls. So we have the same Dead Sea Scrolls, and we see that it's almost Isaiah is almost identical.
Oh, okay. So here, according to you, you should take the latest major English translation of the Catholics is the New Catholic Bible, NCB.
According to what though? So there's the RSV, but there's also other versions like the NIV that use the Masoretic text also in the Hebrew, which I would love still to know when that latest translation comes out. I'm interested in knowing what they found in that one also.
Gotcha.
I mean, yeah. And
my question is just
the
like
most information is the best thing.
Question. I'm not here trying to aha you. No, it's just I'm curious.
I think with the more scholars involved, especially secular scholars, we get a more and more honest opinion because they don't have stake in the game. So I think the more information you have about it and more people like critiquing it, it makes it a better translation.
What about the Ethiopian Bible? Why not this one?
What about it? I'm going to use it too. It's going to be a conglomerate of all the translations in every language.
Yep.
What are you talking about?
I just used the bill. No, it's because there's like more books. Maybe you could say this is a heresy and no, more books, more knowledge. I don't know.
Doesn't it look authentic though? Like the size?
Hmm? No, it's not the size. No, listen, I'm not trying to listen. I'm simply trying to see what's your perspective. Would you be open-minded to read an Ethiopian Bible with 88 books you have never seen or read, and it's new information, and will you be patient not to say heresy, no, it's wrong, and would you say the same thing with the Protestant Bible that has 66 books, right? So I'm just curious to see what's your approach here.
Fits flop. So fits flush. See what it's for. I haven't made moves.
I think you're like.
I can shoot it from the back. Is that good? Is that height to shoot?
Hola amigo, ¿qué tal?
See when you're tired.
Yeah, in a second.
When you put all your eggs in a basket, right? And you put it in the particular thread without like
the holes.
Mm-hmm.
Hola amigo, no te escucho.
Probably have to catch the thread on it.
No te entiendo, amigo. I'm practicing Spanish. See, I told you guys one day, if I speak Spanish, it's simply to flex. That's it. Language. But I would rather focus more on classical Arabic. Yeah. It's true.
And one day you'll realize that all this you held to, right? And all this you so much fought for and flexed for was just a particular of the truth that everyone else seems to hold also. And your entire freaking lifelong dream of just making one thing true while negating all others was such a useless way of living. And that day it'll be a bit too late to live because you would have gotten old by then.
No, I don't think so.
Why is that what they do? Is that the reason?
No, you know, it's a good point, right?
Is that what they're always asking me? Like, oh, what is it that you believe? And I'm like, yo, I'm asking. You have to care about what I believe. I've noticed that with these guys. They're always like, what do you believe?
So the thing is, it's all in the intention. If let's say you had good intentions and you made sure along the way that you didn't do decisions based on in order to please others or whatever, like I don't think I'm gonna regret whatever, anything. So yeah, it's just as long as you understand you did the best based on what you were able to know. There's no regret. I don't think so. Especially if you think a lot about purpose. I think we're people who think a lot about purpose and what to do and stuff like this. So I'm confident that we're gonna make good decisions and yeah. I'm just saying till the end.
So young, bro. So young and idealistic. It's okay. One day you'll grow up.
Grow up from what?
10 years have gotten behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun. And you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking.
So what would you say are your biggest regrets in life? If you have any, and if you want to share.
Signing on the Signing on the Clubhouse, maybe that's one of them.
Yeah, that is one of my biggest regrets.
Everybody hates Clubhouse.
Yeah, that would be one of my biggest regrets. However, that'll come to an end. At least it's realized. But other than that, just how I think. No, I don't. Maybe I do. Just bad decision making, things like that. But that is not because of.
But your overall
think
purpose.
Truth exists. Yeah, I used to think truth exists in only one form, under one banner, with one name. And I used to give things identity. That wasted a lot of my time.
It's actually a good topic. It's a good topic. Huh? What's your question?
I used to think it should look one certain way, right? That it competes. That truth actually competes with falsehood. Truth. It's not in the nature of truth to feel lack. Competition is a sense of lack. You can be dedicated to one thing, right? There's glory in that. There's like trust in that.
Narcissus, you're so good at saying nothing.
Because it is all nothing.
No, it's because you're just like, I don't know. I worry about you, like the amount of time you spend on this app talking. It's worrisome.
I'm just expressing my thoughts.
Right. Are you prepared? Are you prepared though to receive final revelation?
Wow, that's a good question.
What is that?
It's the tarot. I'm gonna read your 4 tarot cards.
Go on.
Oh, come on. I'm sure when he said the final revelation, we all had something in mind. It was like, this is it, man.
Okay, you are the star. Repeat after me. All your dreams are coming true.
All my dreams are coming true.
Creativity.
Opportunities.
Renewal. Hope. Faith. Aquarius. Air. Yes. Do you have faith in the fulfilling of your dreams?
Yes.
Disappointment.
But tarot comes from the Bible.
Disbelief. Faithlessness. And insecurity. Number 17, the star.
I mean, that's why, there's like the lovers, they're supposed to be Adam and Eve, and then you got the devil card, and that's also Adam and Eve. There's literally the words of Torah are on the Wheel of Fortune.
Let your inner voice guide you. Intuition, divine truth, emotional stability. What is your inner voice telling you? Know and understand your deeper values and beliefs. What do you believe about the world?
How are you reading cards? You're asking questions.
What do you want to express?
Myself.
Fall in love with your creativity.
I want to read it. It's another tarot girl. I like how myself.
Okay, pick a number 1 through 100.
33.
Okay.
Yo, no freaking way. I swear that was the number I picked.
Okay, this is number 33. A good warrior is not bellicose. A good fighter does not anger. A good clubhouse conqueror does not contest his enemy on stage. One who is good at using others on Clubhouse puts himself below them. This is called integrity. Competition. This is called using others. This is called parity with heaven, the pinnacle of the ancients.
Stop. Your noise is sensitive.
Oh, I forgot.
Right up the sound.
I forgot.
I'm gonna
to
be
close
17.
it. Okay, 17 from the Tao Te Ching. What is firmly established cannot be uprooted. What is tightly embraced cannot slip away. Thus, sacrificial offerings made by sons and grandsons will never end. Cultivated in the person, integrity is true. In the family, integrity is ample. Cultivated in the village, integrity lasts long. Cultivated in the state, integrity is abundant. Cultivated everywhere under heaven, integrity is vast. Observe other persons through your own person. Observe other families through your own family. Observe other villages through your own village. Observe other states through your own state. Observe all under heaven through all under heaven. How do I know the nature of all under heaven? Through this.
That was great.
Yeah, I like those little intermissions.
I like the harmonica.
I think John should start like the mouth harp.
I've got that. I got it. This little ditty is called Cora is the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on.
Moderator, point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. Moderator, point of order, moderator, or.
Daniel, did you make an AI of me?
I have to see a picture of you.
I
Did you
sent
send
him a picture. Yeah, I sent it.
Well, let me look. Hold on.
Can you take away my acne? I just moved to Dallas and my acne is really bad now.
Send me one, I'll make one.
What you need is more sunlight and, microdermabrasion, take some hot baths, use a moisturizer, stop with all the alcohol chemicals. The key is sunlight. You got to get about 25 minutes of direct, intense sunlight, right at about 4:20.
Crazy. No, well, my skin was really nice because I'm from Albuquerque and it's 100%. So my skin is freaking out and I'm producing, too much oil for what the climate is. But, I mean, it's fine. I'll deal with it.
Dude, you look super cute in that picture. All right, I'll do one. You want to? Oh, hold on. Let me just do one. I'll see.
Yeah, send me one. I want to make
It's cute.
this one. No, I see it. Yeah.
Are you going to make a funny one? Please make a funny one.
Yeah, I'm going to make a good one. I put you and Daniel in one. Let's see here.
twin with you guys too. I'm not gonna lie. I feel a little left out.
Is anyone talking?
I talk to the wind, but she doesn't answer. You know, I think I need to become a vegetarian for like maybe 3 months. Yeah, I'm gonna try this.
Why do you say that?
I don't know, it's just, you need to try it so then you understand it better. And then you take a decision.
That's kind of relatable.
Sorry, become a what?
A vegetarian?
Vegetarian.
Okay, that's very good.
But you know, as of now, it's just, what's the arguments? You know, I've seen that it's probably more healthy, but I'm not sure about it. I'll have to see, like, I'll have to try it for myself and see.
Reducing animal suffering?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen...
Also, it's like easy on the stomach.
Exactly. But if you become a vegetarian and then you still eat like junk food and stuff like this, it's not good either.
Yeah, look into like an Ayurvedic vegetarian diet. That's really good.
What's more important?
I'll put how you spell it in the chat.
What's more important, being a vegetarian or actually having food to eat?
Being a vegetarian.
Well, if you're in a if you're living in a place where you don't have food, you're just gonna take the priority straight up. Like this is why Eid is useful in many ways because you share food, you share a lot of meat with people who usually don't eat like big portions. So.
My God, Poor Things is going to be on Netflix June 7th. So I'm going to probably spend, the next 3 months just watching Poor Things on repeat. Ugh.
Think about it. You're comparing one day in a year, right? I mean, to like the whole year. See how funny the argument is?
Yeah, well,
Especially from bias.
It's not. Yeah, I see.
You know
It's
what
not
the Sikhs
just
do?
like one day.
The Sikhs supply food every single day.
Yeah, the same thing we do. Usually it's every Friday, right? So every Friday, you should, take food and take it to the mosque. That's how it is,
The
right?
Sikhs supply food for humanity, not themselves. Anyone can walk in and take.
That's actually better. It's a better approach. Well, you could say that the Catholic Church does also a great portion when it comes to humanity works, and you could say also a lot of Islamic organizations do as much, right?
Islamic organizations work only for Muslims. Mostly Christian organizations work only for Christians. And Jewish organizations.
No, that's not true.
Favorite size. Yes, that is it.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
Maybe some. No, so maybe.
Make tribe more powerful. Make tribe increase. Make tribe prominent.
Yeah, so I would argue Sikhs did the same thing for their own. Like,
they don't.
Actually.
Why are you believing me? It is something you should do it for everyone.
So I agree with you. Like I'm saying, there might be organizations that do it for a broader target audience, let's say. But it's just like that's something to work on. But still, you wouldn't make what they do as something evil when they're helping somebody in their own community. It's also good. It's not.
It's only help to the community. That's the problem. That is the other.
You all the time. That is the problem.
That is the problem.
And you repeat yourself on this app 1,000 times a week.
That is the problem.
That is the problem.
That is the problem.
Let's be honest. Reading a book here is important.
That is the problem. That is the problem.
Everybody is criticizing Marcus. Like, Marcus, you're getting it. I've heard in every room someone has something to say about you.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
She's a polarizing figure.
She's not polarizing.
Was that Alex's turn? Alex, yeah. He's just jealous because he's not a polarizing figure.
I just want to quote Marcus Aurelius and say, the spherical form of the soul maintains its figure. So when it says that the truth that is in itself, don't you and I have automatic truth?
I want to read his Kitover's fortune so bad right now. He's really pushing me.
Well, you're the one with acne. Someone's got anxiety.
tell him. He uses it against you. Time to move, achieve.
I think Eid al-Adha moves the economy, even the stocks.
Well, Rabbanu Shalom, the hermit,
Moderator, point of order.
the hermit.
I love this Angel, but I'll do a couple more to see. I think he would be good as a vampire too.
That's so cool. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, vampire, whatever, I'm down with it. It's dope.
Angel, how do you feel about your inner world?
Wow.
Moderator.
Oh, my point of order. It's getting better. It was a little chaotic.
Do you believe that all the answers to life lie within you?
Yeah, that's somewhat like
Hell no.
Hello, Christina, dear. No.
What beliefs keep you in a cage?
My body is a cage.
Thinking there is a cage in the first place.
Right?
How can I celebrate the love in my life?
Give, and you shall receive.
Cry in a pillow every night.
How can you accept your sadness and let it go?
Cry in a pillow every night.
What is waiting for you in your freedom?
A pillow waiting from you. Cry in it every night.
Virtue.
What is right in front of you that you might not be able... Ooh, there was a car accident outside. Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
I'll be back.
What is this room? I'm confused. It's just a guy asking us random questions or something?
We compare ideologies and ideas and have conversations.
I like that.
I was enjoying this. He had some good questions. I'm still trying to figure out the sadness part.
Which sadness part? Which question?
I think he said something like,
Sometimes you gotta be sad, bro. Sometimes you just gotta let it out.
Yeah. Sadness. I don't know. It was a good question. I think the question was like, why should you carry something like this? So.
I don't know about why. It's definitely part of life. Right?
Yeah, it is. No, it's like undeniably it exists. It's there. There's a verse in the Quran that answers this question. It's a rhetorical question. Do you think you will achieve paradise? What was the verse again saying? Do you think you will achieve paradise without being tested as the ones before you? So it actually sets the settings. Like there's a test, right? So there's a certain test. So you have options: sadness and happiness. Maybe that would be an answer.
Have you ever wondered why, like a necessary being, the ultimate reality, the most powerful of all that there can be, right, would want to test you? Like, how petty is that? Have you ever thought of it? That's good.
Well, that's because there's a certain context. The context is that in the beginning it was not like that. But then you set up yourself in a certain position. So that's the context.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we're all born, for example, I'm going to take this example. We're all born on this earth free. Oh, I have to do something real quick.
Oh my god, this is like being edged in conversation. 1 minute there's a fuck. Wait, what?
There are 3 hot chicks that just crashed a car and they're all in their underpants. It's a miracle.
Bro, that's your sign. Go ahead. Go help.
It's true. Should I just put on a rubber right now and run out there and be like, I'm ready?
Put on your best outfit.
I'm ready!
Is on the other way, on the other side of the road, and you just don't know it yet. Anyways, what was the point? We were discussing something.
Oh yeah, all communication is hypnosis, and hypnosis creates amnesia, and so you can't remember what you were talking about.
No, I do remember actually. So we were talking about, I was about to give an example. I guess the bigger picture. We're here for a specific reason. There's a context. It was not like this in the beginning, right? So I think that's what the Quran is saying.
Yeah, nonsense. Can you elaborate on that?
How is it nonsense? We chose.
Why do we need a test when we didn't choose the test? We are being tested as we create bread. Why are we being tested for what?
Well, the verse
why are we creating something to test its limits?
So the verse was addressing people here on
True story, right?
No. I'm going to take it from a literal and a non-literal perspective. I'm going to take it from all angles, all right? So when we decided, in a sense, to eat the fruit and to know what evil is, we went against the command of God. And that's when, the reality had to change.
I don't know, the fruit is evil. Why are you giving attribute to the fruit?
Because it's the knowledge of good and evil, according to the Bible. That's the biblical.
You take from the Bible now?
Yeah, not.
Because the Quran is lacking?
No, it's not lacking in any sense.
Maybe you can explain it from the Quran itself, right? Keep to one.
So you're the perennialist. You're supposed to even like what I'm doing. But anyways, so a certain command.
But I also learned good. So to be punished for learning both good
was
and
all
evil.
you knew. Good was all you knew, according to the narrative. That's the point. So in order for you to, once someone enters sins, that's when he sees the difference, in a sense. He sees the difference between the two states of being good, being, whatever.
Yeah, but God knew that Adam would do that, right? It wasn't his knowledge.
Well, you can
The
say
whole
this.
thing was plotted by God.
No, it's not a question of plot. Right? So, but in a sense, we chose.
Whether it is in his knowledge or in his act, because he is source, that the whole story was also maneuvered by God.
Well, as I said, God
is not all knowledgeable.
No. So what I said is God made the heavens and the earth complete already. You choose where you want to go.
Looks like a gay retarded
This is even why
15-year-old
there's this
fat boy.
concept
What a clown.
in the Quran about as-sabiqun, the ones who are, in advance. They're literally in paradise before others. Now, how does that even apply? That's the point. I'm trying to say, like, the purgatory and all these concepts, right? What does it mean? At all. So there's so many variables to take in consideration, right? So, yeah, maybe some people are living right now the story of Adam pre the fall. Have you thought about this one?
Like, have you ever once thought in your life without giving reference from a scripture, right? Any scripture. Have you ever once reasoned out with the power of your own mind?
Of course, I do this all the time. But
So
again,
what reference back to the metric? Just use pure reason, because that also is like open for all, right? Like anyone can. There's someone who doesn't take from
it's because I take in consideration you're aware with the materials. Foreign, like you could relate to it, right? But how could we, like, I could discuss about these things outside of scripture, but we have to do it once and for all. Like, I love to do both. That's how I usually
operate. I'm also aware it's just storytelling, right? And like, I don't see it doesn't hold like ontological truth to it. It's the truth is in its moral.
Okay, if I could do it from this approach, right? So you could have, there's characters on Clubhouse are starting to sound the same to me. And to be in a reality that is peaceful, and you could describe it as you want, right? What is the ideal reality for you? Let me ask you this question.
Yeah, so it's not for me. I don't. Be reality, right?
You don't do anything for yourself.
It's the only thing I can like say very clearly that exists is that things exist.
All your efforts are coming to fruition.
From an atheistic perspective or really skeptic perspective, but like in the back of my mind, I keep along all the discussions we had, previously, and I'm trying to say like, okay, she's consistent with this idea, so I could, say this, or she's consistent with this idea, so now she understands this point. Okay,
Wow.
I'm going to speak about this.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of keeping track. The point is you don't need to do that, because when you do that, you're basically acting like an algorithm. And the truth is you're not. It's like 1/1,000,000th of what's in the book. So how do we get around that type of information transfer problem? There's just not enough time to actually because I was happier before I heard about this conference call app. And I'm not saying I'm not happier than I was then. I'm just saying that eventually you're going to realize that this app is our word.
Yeah, I mean, you could, I think different people look at this differently. I would say on my end, it's just there's some insights of the day that might be useful to use in the future. Yes. Yeah.
Why do you direct so much of your effort and attention towards, altering or
So, yeah. Sometimes I even speak and my voice don't come out because I stayed silent for too long. So, depends. What about you?
what about me? I don't think there's a difference in my case.
So it's balanced, half.
Well, I just want to quote Marcus Aurelius.
That which is outside of me.
When Marcus said, "What is thy art? To be good. And how is this accomplished well except by general principles? Some about the nature of the universe, and others about the proper constitution of man?" Hello? Hello?
If anything, it can.
Yo, what happened with the accident? Are they still outside?
How do you know it's an accident?
I don't know, but he said it.
It's a crash.
French we say accident, so maybe it's the mistranslation.
The argument for the natural origins of the Quran does not rest upon crude reductionism or 19th century polemics, but upon the cumulative force of literary, historical, and philosophical evidence. Gabriel Said Reynolds' work demonstrates that the Quran is traditions, apocrypha, homiletic rhetoric, sectarian disputes, and Jewish-Christian exegetical culture. The Quran repeatedly repurposes audience familiarity with biblical narratives, yet it rarely narrates them in full. Instead, it alludes, revises, reorients inherited traditions for sermonic and theological purposes. This is precisely what one expects from a human text emerging within an already existing religious ecosystem. Reynolds forcefully challenges the traditional Islamic assumption that the Quran can only be understood through later Muslim biographies and commentaries about Muhammad. He notes that even scholars who accepted the traditional framework continually admitted profound uncertainty regarding the text's obscure vocabulary, and references. The implication is devastating. If the classical exegetical tradition truly preserved transparent historical, the Quran should not remain so open. Instead, its opacity dissolves from red against earlier Jewish and Christian literature. The Quran behaves not like a divine monologue, but like a participant in an ongoing interreligious conversation, already centuries. Particularly significant is Reynolds' observation that the Quran operates through illusion rather than exposition. This literary strategy repurposes a culturally literate audience already acquainted with biblical motifs. The text constantly gestures outward to pre-existing traditions, Adamic lore, Abrahamic legends, Marian narratives, Syriac Christian homilies, eschatological motifs, and post-biblical Jewish expansions of Scripture. Such development is historically inevitable within the religious rural environment of late antiquity. It is far less explicable under the theory of prior textual traditions. The Quran's deviations from biblical narratives often bear precisely the kinds of transformations found in oral preaching, liturgical adaptation, and sectarian storytelling. Reynolds emphasizes that the Quran resembles homiletic discourse more than systematic revelation. This rhetoric is exhortative, dialectical, emotionally charged, and deeply intertextual. The text does not introduce radically new theological architecture. It reorganizes and reframes existing monotheistic materials into a new pattern of religious proclamation. Is the hallmark of historical religious development, but evidence of supernatural discontinuity. I think it's fairly clear that the Quran has later biographies like the Syrian literature, prophetic biography of the prophet Hadith Corpus, do not reflect the true history of the origins of the Quran. And the Quran makes far more sense when understood in the context of the late antique it should be obvious to you and me that the fantasy that you have
this actually, so it's when we're talking about the origin, we're gonna give it a different perspective. You're looking at it from the lens of like a historian, which I understand how historians would think, and that's how they think, right? Corpus or the book that was written in a certain time was influenced by the time, right? So that's not the claim we make, right? The claim we make is that God, who is all-knowing, he is also interacting with the informations available to man, right? So that includes the biblical scriptures, that includes any other information he deems relevant to transmit. So I don't see a contradiction. That's the point.
The broader scholarly trajectory Reynolds surveys further intensifies the argument. From Geiger to Noldeck to Wansborough, critical scholarship repeatedly discovered that the Quran is inseparable from Jewish and Christian antecedents. While scholars differed over particulars, whether the influence is Syriac, Jewish, Christian, Nestorian, or otherwise, the central conclusion persisted. The Quran emerged from a matrix of late antique monotheistic tradition. The disagreements concern the channels of transmission, not the existence of transmission itself. In the end, the naturalistic explanation possesses immense explanatory power. It accounts for the Quran's linguistic borrowings.
There's a 40% chance that I'll end up in prison at the end of this.
Its engagement with theological controversies of late antiquity. Dependence upon audiences already familiar with biblical material. Supernatural origin, by contrast, explains none of these phenomena independently.
Mazel tov!
We classify them as mysterious features of revelation. The historical critical method requires no such metaphysical leap. The Quran appears in Reynolds' analysis not as an isolated heavenly artifact, but as one of the late scriptural productions of the late antique Near East. Brilliant, rhetorically powerful, religiously transformative, and profoundly human. That's the Quran as I see it. I'm not saying that you should see it that way, but I just wanted to share that's what I think the Quran is. And I think that it's beautiful to, for me, try and be as honest as I can and and fast as being what I believe of the text. And I believe that my argument is going to be far superior to yours and me.
What's my argument?
Was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad 3 years. Either objects and views that have been in a car accident. Some of the issues.
And we have a squad car here.
Yeah, that's the position I hold. So
villages through your own village.
The point is this, right?
Serve other states.
Do you think the Quran is the result of how can I say this? The result of interactions with previous scriptures compiled by the hands of men manually into like a corpus? That's your position, right?
Well, my position is that the Quran is a collection of oral transmission, of oral traditions, that were then later put onto paper.
Okay, because let's make a distinction. I also believe this. I believe the Quran, which is primarily a recitation, an oral recitation, was put on paper. But my question is more like, do you think it's the invention of man as, people discussing how we could like compile texts and write them and think about the words? Or do you think like you have to expand on your position more precisely?
Someone like you, someone worthy of me.
sort things out. Just two evil bastards out here in the wasteland. You do this right. Supposed to be me. You are me. Already dead. To feel alive, we seek sensation. Any sensation will wash away the cranky black sorrow. We'll leave us for a moment. We have to do it all again. We need more, and each time we need more until too much is never enough. We are the already dead. We'll take
oral tradition, and then it shows all the features of a book that was transmitted and compiled by men. The Quran deals with the intersectarian conflicts and controversies of late antiquity. It's just even the argumentation and what the Quran focuses on.
People don't like to mention that, but they did catch it as a right to congratulate.
But it is a polemic. It is a critique. It addresses the concern of a 7th century religious environment. It doesn't speak broadly of the human experience, but it's perfectly placed within the 7th century on many levels.
So now what's like, okay, you're reading this, so is your main point like that your point is more provable than, let's say, the Islamic position? That's your claim, or what's your claim exactly?
Well, there are many Islamic positions. So like the idea is going to be, it was a critique of your position. So for example, you hold to that the Quran was revealed verbatim to the Prophet.
To the Prophet, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I say
it's tied. So just to make the position clear, it's tied also to eyewitnesses who were present during this time, and they're also documented. So it's not just a theory that emerges, years later. If you know what I'm saying.
No, I don't. I think the naturalistic explanation is forceful. And as I said, I mean, I don't think that you should be compelled by what I think the Quran is. I just I think that you should be like, I'm just expressing to you the beauty that I think has been in my sort of my investigation. Like, hey, what is the Quran? And so these are the conclusions that I've come to the best of my abilities.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. It's a fair position. Like, I'm not gonna. I disagree, but I wouldn't like if your claim is to come to me and say my position is superior than yours. Then I think that would be a good decision, a good conversation, right? But if your goal is simply to say this is my position so far, and you highlight certain truth you gathered along the way and you want to share them, well, that's great. I would love to see what findings you have, so yeah. But I do think the position I hold is superior.
Is it your opinion that your position is superior, or is it a fact that your position is superior?
I would prefer for you guys to judge. I'm going to judge for you. So, because I think that a lot of things I say concerning this topic are facts, but again, I'm not here to convince you. Like, it's up to you to judge whether what I say is a fact.
Well, I've just found that there really are no facts. There's only opinions. And most people can't tell you what a fact is. And so the point is, there are aphorisms and axioms which you could say are pretty irrefutable, and those are rather factual. But most people's opinions on this app are just opinions. They don't cross over into the realm of what we might consider facts.
supernatural claim collapses under the sheer weight of the Quran's dependence on prior Jewish and Christian tradition. As Gabriel Said Reynolds demonstrates, the Quran does not present itself as an isolated revelation descending in a vacuum. It constantly repurposes an audience already immersed in biblical lore, apocrypha, sermons, and late antique theological disputes. The text alludes rather than explains, because it is drawn from a shared religious culture, not unveiling radically new heavenly knowledge. The traditional Islamic claim that the Quran can only be understood through later biographies of Muhammad is historically disastrous. Reynolds notes that even scholars relying on these traditions continually admitted confusion over the Quran's obscure vocabulary, chronology, and references. And when the Quran is read against Syriac Christianity, Jewish legend, biblical exegesis, and homiletic literature, its meaning suddenly becomes intelligible. That is not what one expects from a timeless, miraculous revelation. It is exactly what one expects from a human text emerging within the religious world of late antiquity. The Quran does not stand above history. It is saturated by it. The stories of Mary, Abraham, Adam, Satan, and the cave sleepers are not pristine divine disclosures, but reworked versions of traditions already circulating for centuries. Its rhetoric resembles preaching and liturgy more than transcendent dictation. Its cumulative evidence points not to heaven breaking into history, but to history producing scripture. The supernatural explanation explains nothing. The historical explanation explains everything. And this is what the thinking man, this is what someone that truly wishes to know what the Quran is, comes to the conclusion of. And someone that wants to hold to blind tradition is the position that you come to, I mean, which is why my position is superior to yours, because it is more cold. My position is extraordinarily without emotion. It's just devoid of it. It is a clinical look at the Quran. It is like it's like just a numb. It would be like an android would be just repeating to you what I'm saying. What yours is a deeply emotional connection.
No, actually, no.
Stop, let me finish. What yours is a deeply, deeply emotional connection to a tradition which is part of your identity. To change your to change your opinion on something that is on its very face false. This view that the Quran is the verbatim word of God would mean for you to change your identity, and this frightens you. So my position comes from a place of pure objectivity, while yours comes from a place of deep insecurity and identity, and that's why my position is superior to yours.
No, so actually the thing is this, is that we have minimum two independent traditions that are living traditions that are going back to this specific era of time in history, which is the 7th century. So we come with a certain background where we know the people who were around the time. We documented who they were. We know their lives. We have received whatever things they have performed. So we use materials that are connected to this timeline. Whereas you pop into the 21st century and you make up a thesis. It's good. You could make it up like as whatever you want, but you're an outsider. You're not even connected to this tradition, right? Because you're not even willing to use traditions. You don't even consider the traditions. So I would say our position is actually way superior than yours. We have the documents, we have the testimonies, we use a harsh method when it comes to filtering information, right? Not saying it's all perfect, but I'm saying we're much more advanced when it comes to that connection between the 7th century and our time than you are. And just based on that, it's a superior claim.
Well, let me just tell you the book that I'm reading from. I can give you the PDF. And by the way, it's like
this is one of his texts I'm reading from, and have taken these. Some of them are my notes as well. Is one of the greatest works on this subject of the Quran in Western literature. Period. I can give you the PDF, but I doubt you'll read it or.
Yeah, sure. You could pin it here in the. If you want, you can pin it here in the discussion.
Yeah.
I took notes of the guy's name. You said Gabriel Reynolds, right?
Gabriel Said Reynolds, and forgive me. Book is
Said. He's Is he Arab? Is he an Arab?
Yeah.
Oh, this guy. Oh, I know this guy.
So the Quran and its biblical subtext by Gabriel Said Reynolds. Rutledge Studies in the Quran. So
that's a really interesting name. Yeah, I've seen some of his clips on YouTube.
Yeah, it's hilarious. The book challenges the dominant scholarly notion that the Quran must be interpreted through the medieval commentaries shaped by the biography of the Prophet Muhammad, proposing instead that the text is best read in light of Christian and Jewish scripture. So, I mean...
I would say he does...
It is, the book is devastating to the empty assertion that the Prophet Muhammad received divine revelation verbatim from the Word of God. So he's saying that when we look at the Quran, it's opaque. It's the ambiguity within the Quran and its reliance on other traditions is a problem. It's a problem. The Quran is not clear. It requires commentary. It requires a distinct corpus. It requires a tafsir. It requires you to look at other texts.
Reality. Yeah, that's the point, actually.
That's a problem.
Investigation. That's how discovery is running, actually.
That's a problem.
You don't like this one? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Well, I'll explain to you why it's a problem.
God says, look at the sun, and then, we do a scientific discovery, and, we advance in science. Or he says, look at the stars, and then,
are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
Massive.
Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. around the rim are Enochian letters. Facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. Overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here.
This book on John Locke is
The
crucial. It
illustration
explains the
base
ideas of life,
angles touch
liberty,
the
and property
fourth
of
edge
prostrate
letter
person.
from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters. The center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge. Letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defined in the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 and the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. They don't come to not to scale.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about taking your stuff down. I'm concerned about your voting in city voting is in Arizona. These not tickets.
Implying its audience already knew Jewish and Christian traditions. 2. Chronic narratives parallel not only the Bible itself, but extra-biblical Jewish and Christian apocrypha circulating in antiquity. 3. The Quran's literary style is highly elusive and sermonic, resembling late antique homiletic preaching and direct historical narration. 4. Medieval Muslim commentators often invented stories to explain obscure Quranic passages, indicating the text was already difficult to understand even within early Islam. 5. Reynolds argues that the Quran becomes clearer when interpreted through biblical literature rather than through late Islamic biography. 6. The Quran presupposes familiarity with Syriac Christian, Jewish, exegetical, and apocryphal traditions widespread in the Near East. 7. Critical scholars repeatedly found the Quranic material reflects existing late antique religious debates and theological controversies. 7. The Quran frequently retells older traditions in abbreviated or altered form, consistent with oral religious transmission and preaching. 9. classical tafsir often derives Muhammad's biography from the Quran itself, meaning the biography cannot reliably explain text historically.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
Such as Mill, Geiger, Wansbrough,
Abrahadabra.
concluded that the Quran emerged from
And
a
ends.
religious environment of late antiquity and in isolation.
I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Loan words and concepts tracing to Syriac, Hebrew, and other Near Eastern religious vocabulary.
Giving the sign we teach Abrahadabra.
Our prior traditions is cumulative,
Remaining in the
not
sign,
occasional or accidental.
the invocation concludes.
That's the argument.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, burning water, whirling air, of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, I be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration.
We say it's a revelation revealed, and we have preserved it, and these are informations of men we have, right? Not of men, but like that men can access. These informations are revealed in a language that we use, right? So what's your point? I don't see a contradiction with my claim. Explain yourself.
See, Adamiel, I hate to break the bad news to you, but this is where you should have been taking notes, and you shouldn't say your response, Adamiel, unfortunately, is insufficient and shows a lack of communication intelligence on your own behalf. You really need to take notes. I'll say it again. You need to take notes about what Daniel said and then address it point by point, by point, by point, by point, by point.
Going on ChatGPT and searching for 12 things Reynolds said, and then just reading them to me is not enough. Like, there's a core claim. I'm going to think this first principle.
No,
then
you can't do that. ChatGPT.
Revelation.
That book is
What it entails. Language. What does it entail? Revealed in the words of man. You coming to me and bringing me, for example, in one argument, even one, that says it has Syriac loan words, therefore it's not a revelation of God. I see this, I'm like, bro, stupid. How? Foolish. How? Doesn't make sense. So you're gonna have to prove more. You're gonna have to give me a better argument. That's my claim.
Are you saying it's wrong because it doesn't make sense to you? Regal, let me just say one thing, Regal, real quick. First of all, I mean, you understand that I'm operating behind a paywall, meaning that I had to buy the book. Okay? So you don't have to fucking buy it. I can read it to you. And instead of just spitting at me or hissing at me, you could say, wow, thanks, man. You know, that's probably $100 academic text. It's one of the most, maybe you didn't even realize it's the most prominent academic, critical, historical texts on the subject. Maybe you didn't know that. Maybe you didn't want to buy the book. Maybe I just gave you some idea of what the book's about, right? But all of this charity, all that I've done, you respond with and accuse me of a lie. That I went on
I don't accuse you of a lie.
That I went on ChatGPT. Stop. That I went on the ChatGPT. Generate 12 or give me some bullet points. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, so it appears like something like this, right? But anyways, I'm just going to say this.
ChatGPT can use an academic copyrighted book.
Well, you could literally take a document and put it in the chat and generate whatever you want. I do summaries of books, entire books, I do this all the time, right? So the point is not this, right? I'm not saying here, thank you for your charity. Thank you. It's really good information. What I'm saying is this. You come and you try to disprove something. You try to prove a point, actually, right? Now, in order for you to do this, you're going to list whatever arguments you have. If I hear even just one argument out of the 12 things you've listed that does not make sense, I'm going to point it out to you.
But bro, you're really not saying.
Can't I do this? Like, this is logic.
He critiques books and which is like subjective.
Yeah.
Like, and then
What?
use that as an argument against somebody who has a subjective view.
Well, great. In the bookstore, there actually is an aisle called critical analysis or critical, critique or whatever it is. But it's books about books.
He's not taking an objective. There's no objectivity to the view that he's gonna interpret from a book. So he's not speaking like in some sense of like I know better than you.
Well,
he's speaking in a sense that he interprets.
I just look at this.
Subjectively no more than the person that he's arguing.
We got it. But what I'm saying is, like, as somebody who's not a mod and is on stage, if I was a debate coach, Daniel just fucking mopped the floor with Adamiel's head. And Adamiel's, I think, honestly, recovering from having his head stuck in a bucket and used as a mop. Oh, no. You never addressed even one thing he said. You never addressed even one thing he said. You didn't respond specifically about one thing, sir. Not one thing. Good job, Daniel. Good job. Can somebody bring the fans in to finish drying the floor? Can somebody get the fans from the closet to finish drying the floor? Thank you.
Okay, so my precise point was this. I'm not going to answer to 12 points you're going to throw at me in the face, all right? What I'm going to do, though, is take the last argument you mentioned, right? And try to see what's the connection with the initial argument, which is to prove you're here trying to prove that the Quran is not a revelation from God. So remember that place. I don't see the connection there with your last argument and the initial claim. Therefore, you don't stand a ground. I'm going to dismiss everything. Yes, go do your research and come back. Sir,
I have poor listening comprehension. Therefore, you're wrong.
Put it in the chat and
Stop downloading brainwaves, dude. It brings truth. Don't accept false. He did say it doesn't make sense. Therefore,
it's not this, right? Because I'm going to freedom here.
Okay, you want me to do the same thing?
So your feelings will allow you to listen to what Daniel's telling you.
Observable proclamation. The Quran was revealed aloud in the presence of hundreds of living witnesses over 23. Point 2. Real-time scribal documentation by name scribed. The Prophet personally dictated every single verse and scribes by Do something about it. If you don't address my 12 points, you failed. Go ahead. Are you please like an it's not a sport. We want to have a discussion. It's not.
Referencing the greatest critical historical
I say to you, you reciting me 12 points. No, I'm just saying we have a monopole when it comes to history of what happened in the 7th century with real people that existed. Yes, we have a monopole on this. Yes, and you try to disprove this. For you to try to disprove this, you would have to do either self-smoothing yourself. You would either come to us and try to disprove our sources, or second, you would have to invent people that never existed. So we have the monopole when it comes to what happened to the 7th century and its history. Closed. Deal closed. Yes.
You're self-soothing.
Provide evidence for your sources. If you're that confident, provide evidence for your sources.
I did that.
Read your thoughts.
Wallahi!
For sure. You can read names for me. Evidence for your sources. Yeah, I don't want to use
Okay, this Muslim takeover hour. Hi, Lino. So I'm in a clubhouse room. I just boomed it. They modded me, and so I decided to be a radical Muslim and boom their room. So the algorithm is updating, and they will be flowing back in shortly, I'm sure, to say, why did you boom the room? And I'll tell them that I boomed it because I converted to Islam. This is the Islamic State Muslim Takeover Hour with your host, Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover, fighting day to day to liberate Chicago from the communist liberal elite LGBTQ black Democrats. It's just a joke. It's not worded exactly the way I'd like it, but really intellectual elite Democrats, and then throw in whatever adjectives: black, gay, LGBTQ, CRT, BLMDEI, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, LGBTQ. Happy Memorial Day to all you beautiful people out there watching this live on YouTube, listening live on Clownhouse, and our good friend Lino on X Spaces, our only listener. I hope you're enjoying the show. Alhamdulillah. Wallahi. Alamak. Hey wallah. Okay, it doesn't look like the former room. Well, we got something new here. We got something new. It's gay version. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow 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 bow. Bow 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 bow.
What's going on?
Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow 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 bow. Wow 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 wow. Bow wow bow wow bow wow bow wow bow wow bow wow bow 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 bow. Wow 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 wow. Nitha. Hey, Nitha, can you read me my tarot cards?
Hey, Zach, can you say the N-word for us?
Who mighty bow?
Oh,
Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow 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 wow. Bow 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 wow. Oh. Bow wow. Nitha. Okay, Bow Wow, I want to dedicate this song to you. Wait, you're a patrilineal Jew, right? So you know about JPAMK, right? Jewish Patrilineal Ashkenazic Mishling Kingdom. In conjunction with Rabbi Shmuley Boteach and the world's most advanced dildo, we have decided to start JPAMK in the northwest side of the Gaza Strip. We've got SodaStream and Kurg already signed up. We're only hiring settlers from. Are you still on Hinge or Bumble? Bow wow!
what?
Are you using Hinge?
I am.
So this is what I text girls now. I just write, "Hey, beautiful, I would love to take you to dinner." What's the gift? Then I just send back credit card emoji and shopping bags. Dinner emoji, rose emoji, calendar date emoji, cell phone emoji. What is your number?
Oh my god.
I took this girl out last night who was 19, and we get to the restaurant. She's like, "How old are you again?" I said, 43. She goes, when did you first smoke marijuana? 2006. She says, "Oh my God, that's when I was born." She's like, "I can't go out with you. You got to take me home." I'm like, "Why?" She's like, "You're too old for me." I was like, you're in my, it's in my profile, my fucking age. What the fuck? This is such a waste of time, but okay, great. So I just dropped her back off, and then I went out for the night. It was like no big deal, but, still rather, like obnoxious house room. It's like you go out on a date. It's like come into a clubhouse room with a chick, and you're gonna spend hours with that person, But if it was a clubhouse room, they would just bounce, and you'd get Irish goodbye quick, and that would be the best way to do it. Are you going out tonight? Because tonight's a beautiful night out. People do that. Well, nobody's got work tomorrow, so people are going to go out naturally, listen to a little music. Okay, Bow Wow, let me ask you a question. What are you not seeing that is right in front of you? How can you act truthfully today?
Keeping your mouth shut.
What was hidden and is now becoming visible? You only got 10 seconds to respond.
My feet.
How can you celebrate and focus on the blessing in your life?
By listening to you.
What is your calling?
Others.
How have your goals manifested so far? What emotions are coming to the surface? How can you open up to love today?
Do my asshole puckered up.
What's worth celebrating in your life?
Death.
How can you open up to new ways of life?
You don't.
How can you accept your sadness and let it go?
G, what is your number?
What is waiting for you in your freedom?
Got yourself in that fire there, huh? You gotta get going. Cure, I know what's coming.
What do you believe about the world?
Nothing.
What small step can you take to begin a new journey on Clubhouse today? What do you want to express?
Are you gonna go out?
I'm going out, yeah. I mean, there was only 20 shootings last night, so those are good numbers.
By black people.
Dude, they jumped the bouncer at the bar that I go to.
Oh wow.
They beat the shit out of him and they took his cell phone and his wallet.
How about shut the builder?
Are you afraid to ask? Can you commit to a group of people? What are you afraid to let go of, Michael Bronstein? What are the lessons you can learn from this time in this room here on Clownhouse? How can you be more generous with the people around you? How can you work less and gain greater results?
I'm not gonna answer that one.
Do you find deeper meaning in your work?
No.
Don't forget to stop and look back at your achievements. Work and play is important for your creativity. Oh, wow. How can you celebrate your work and rewards more?
I don't know.
What have you learned from the journey?
Doesn't matter what you do, you end up in the same place.
It says all stages.
Oh.
How can you be generous with yourself and others?
You're reading tarot cards?
Yeah. These
Do you
are.
actually know how to properly read them?
I'm doing it right now, bro. You know how to read a book?
Good question.
How can you be generous with yourself and others?
Be kinder to yourself, and then eventually that transcends to others.
You are solving evil. How do you approach your dreams?
By just allowing yourself to exist and just live in the here and now, not in the future or the past.
Take a practical approach and you will succeed. Efficiency, hard work, responsibility. Focus on that will lead to the fulfillment of your dreams.
Finding a stable job.
Your focus on your dreams will bring you great success.
What if you have no dreams in the first place?
Your areas of focus are ideas, opportunities, employment, and craving for new ventures. How can you receive more prosperity in your family?
I don't know if I can. I think I'm good. I don't know how to answer that one.
Focus on your home, your family, and prosperity, and generous. In what ways aren't you speaking and acting on your truth yet? Well, I guess we could look at the title of the room. Speak your truth to achieve your goals. Your areas of focus are breakthrough, clarity, sharp mind, and logic. Are you acting?
No.
Listen to your inner voice when you make decisions. Your areas of focus are difficult choices, indecision, and confusion. From what perspective do you choose to see a certain situation?
What is it called? Not an analytic, but a pessimistic.
You are capable of seeing from all perspectives. Areas of focus: head over heart, discipline, and truth. What are you ready to achieve?
Another relationship.
How can you achieve it best?
By working on myself.
You are strong and ready to take on the world. Be fearless, ambitious, and remove. You are still disorganized, careless, and unpredictable. Are you thinking about all possibilities and consequences?
Yes.
Take time to think before you act. Be curious, remove all restlessness, and gain in mental energy. Talk. Bow wow! Bow wow! Bow wow 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 wow! Do you have the best in mind for everyone?
Yeah.
You are communicating clear what's best for everyone. Remove all complexity from your life. Receptive and be clear-minded. But unfortunately, Michael is cold-hearted, he's cruel, and he's bitter.
I wouldn't say I'm cold-hearted.
Are you trying to trick yourself?
No, I'm just telling you, like, I think I'm very self-aware.
Watch out for deceit and concealment. You are practicing deception, otherwise known as tequila or trickery. These are your tactics and strategy. Unfortunately, in order to get the final revelation and achieve freedom. It seems you are paralyzed, but you can move. Why do you feel trapped or blocked in your actions?
Because I got something going on.
Michael, you need a new perspective to achieve liberation and freedom. Have you read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe?
Tanya? No, I have not.
Oh my God, you got to read it, bro. Really got to read it. Okay. Why do you worry so much?
Predisposition to anxiety and panic disorder.
What is asking to be?
love, affection, TLC.
Worrying keeps you up all night and changes nothing. You're living with anxiety, hopelessness, and trauma. Have hope. Reach out for help. Achieve healing. Can you surrender and trust?
No. AI is upon us.
It is finished. For better or for worse. You are feeling failure, defeat, and even backstabbing. But don't worry, Michael. It can't get any worse. Only upward from here. Then you will achieve your inevitable end. Are you holding on to grief and suffering? Than to live a lie? Are you suffering from heartbreak or grief?
Be perceptive.
You are on the road to recovery, but you... How can you take some time off to contemplate?
Anybody else give me a neck show?
Take time away to change perspective. Answers are coming. You need rest and restoration and contemplation. You're stressed and burned out and suffering from restlessness. What are you fighting for without consideration? Sometimes the victory is not worth the cost. Winning at all costs, betrayal, selfishness. Michael, your son. Michael, what are you running away from? And what are you leaving behind? Be aware of what you take with you when you leave.
Time for you to go out.
Transition, leaving behind, moving. Michael, you've got emotional baggage and unresolved issues.
All right, you ready to go out?
How can you take action to realize your dreams, Michael?
All right, let's go troll another room. I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Take action on your ideas. Willpower, Michael!
Thank you for the inspiration, John.
Willpower.
Stay safe tonight, all right?
Be safe.
No more nigger-naggers.
Stay safe. This black chick in the bar once came up to me. She was like, hello?
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. That's why I say the time and the generation is different now, and it's our responsibility to, like, you know, try to somewhat make this shit safer for our children. We ain't gonna be able to protect them from everything. But I think it's for us who are real parents, I think it's our responsibility to try to protect our children from some of this shit. That's all we can do. And that's all I'm speaking to.
But as long as we have this
That wasn't strange at all, was it? Probably sensitive to it. Oh my gosh. Did you remove him or he left?
No, he left. I didn't remove anybody.
Cause he's
எதுவும் சொல்லுவாங்களா அது மாதிரி வெளியில வரும். அப்போ அதை மீறி அவன் வந்தான்னா அந்த ரிஸ்க் அவன் எடுக்கிறான். டென்ஷன்ல கத்திக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறான். ஃபாரம்ல எழுதுறான், ரோட்ல போய் ப்ரொடெஸ்ட் பண்றான், வாழ விடல ஊதுறான். அப்போ இந்த வேம்பு என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, ஏன் இப்படி கஷ்டப்படுறீங்க, வந்துருங்க யாருன்னு
books, entire books. I do this all the time, right? So the point is not this, right? I'm not saying here, thank you for your sharing. Thank you, it's really good information. What I'm saying is this: you come and you try to disprove something here. You try to prove a point, actually, right? Now, in order for you to do this, you're going to
You're exceeding,
you're excelling. You're feeling great. I just don't know what.
Zen essays by R.H. Blyth. Hey everyone, today I want to talk about this book, 25 Zen. Hey everyone, check this out. It's 25 Zen essays by R.H. Blyth. This book on John Locke is crucial. It explains the ideas of life, liberty, and property.
அதிகரிக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. ஏன்னா நீங்க அப்பதான் காம்படிட் பண்ண முடியும்.
Forgive. Michael, what are you running away from? And what are you leaving behind?
அதனால கம்பெனிஸ் வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ரா டைம் ஒர்க் பண்ணி நீங்க முதல்ல எவ்வளவு ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி கொடுத்தீங்களோ அதை விட இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும் அந்த மாதிரி கேட்குறாங்க. இல்லைன்னா அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு மேட்சிங்க்கு பண்ற அளவுக்கு இருந்தாலும் கம்பெனி வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து இந்தியாவில் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ற மாதிரி கொண்டு வராங்க.
What I'm talking about right now, because they cannot catch it,
I'm gonna tell you, and Jesus' followers, Jews and Greeks and Romans, right? But they also have proof that his originals, right? I don't process native, right? Well, no, but somebody, interesting.
Oh my god, you have no idea. They're feisty.
A lack of sufficient empirical evidence to outweigh the possibility of human error or fabrication. Now, this is about resurrection. Resurrection is a miraculous event, would you say? So therefore, the resurrection is a highly improbable event that lacks sufficient empirical evidence that cannot be a historical fact.
Okay, well, so you have no evidence.
I just think the argument is highly improbable. Being dead for 3 plus, for even 1 day plus, for 24 hours, is not returned.
It's some sort of doctoral,
But here's the thing,
We don't know. As serious reports after the death.
Well, I'm asking, are you presenting evidence or are you presenting a theory or an opinion?
Well, you know what? I have to know. So whenever
I'm just saying, you're the worst fucking man.
But when you say you need more faith to be an atheist, that makes faith sound like something bad.
Well, now you're on a tangent. So you're going from human fallibility. You're going from human fallibility.
Yeah, in fairness, James, I agree. I agree with you in principle. Testimony would be wanting to establish whether something had happened.
Well, especially if it's like an interpretation, subjective interpretation of another.
The story they've been telling at least has been consistent for 2,000 years. Regardless of what actually happened, their sense of what happened and how they discuss it, that is true to them. That's exactly what they're saying.
But I just meant in general, though, like if someone has a miracle claim, like what would be some criteria we would want in terms of the testimony to assess whether or not it's credible?
Yeah.
Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue.
That was a question, though. I'm sorry, I was saying, what kind of criteria would we need to establish that?
This is Ein. I asked Grok, give me 3 Bible verses that prove Christianity is good, wise, and intelligent.
It is. Yeah, mix it. I can talk to you. Hold on, A. Go ahead, mix it.
I would want a couple of things. I would want public death. I would from the family, not like a fake body or something. Yeah. And then I would want, a few days later, some kind of a notable event that then I would prefer like a large group of people all there from like different communities and families, recognizing and acknowledging the miraculous event, and then preferably some of those being written down contemporaneously from. That would be like my idea.
No, you just described the Christian situation.
I know that the Christian.
She looks like a gay, retarded 13-year-old fat boy. What a clown.
I think those are good criteria, Vixen. I'll just say, because you started off with talking like public death and burial, and then it kind of shifted to like miracles in general. Are you talking about specifically for like resurrection or just like any miracle claims? Against the death part wouldn't be wrong.
No. Against the claim of someone dying and coming back, I'd want to witness the death and publicly and have like some records of that. It would need to be notable because otherwise, why would anyone keep track of a particular death? And then I'd want the later, event with contemporaneous, contrary sources, saying different perspectives, even arguing against it. I'd love to see like dialogue, and I'd love to see different testimonies.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like the first
biblical views are not written by a specific person. You don't know who it's written by. Like,
well, we know who wrote Paul's life.
These are some objections. Yes.
Yeah, I know. Like, so, but even then, like, as a whole, you have different testimonies from different people, and who exactly wrote the whole of the Bible. Let's say fucking Abel did it after he died. That would have been miraculous, right? Or
yeah, we have no reason to think that.
Like, I just think that would have been fucked.
Yeah, it would be. We have no reason to think that. So that makes sense. It sounds like the first couple of those are probably fulfilled, right? I'm guessing you would dispute the second part with the enemy testimonies and stuff like that. But you would agree that Jesus had like a very public death and was a prominent figure, right?
I would agree that in the narrative we have that is constructed after his death, there is a placement of him as a big, public, important death. Yes.
Yeah.
I do not say that that's necessarily what happened. Because, like, after the fact from 12 guys growing a story and then Paul running with it, there's a bit that I would critique. But, like, I understand how the Christians see it, and I don't think that it's unreasonable for them to say, look at all these competing testimonies over this miraculous event with, a notable death, which we would want to prove the coming. I would also say, to be broader, I wasn't being glib about Elvis. That is an actual phenomenon of people witnessing someone after the death, making mistakes, and then reports spreading. That does occur, which is why, I really want to review as close to contemporaneous eyewitness testimony as I could.
Yeah, but in fairness with the Elvis death, though, typically it's not people who knew him personally, right? Who report seeing him, so far as I know.
Well, the thing, Elvis being a celebrity, he was seen by many, right?
Yeah, but
many people saw him in person regularly.
I'm gonna pin it and say that the same way. Yeah, and I know I left, and then no one else was around me. Anyways,
Ellie, are you doing squats to work on that tuchus?
I do Pilates and hot yoga and Krav Maga.
But you don't do any squats?
Why are you saying that my ass is saggy and I gotta do squats?
Well, they say that no other exercise produces more of like a physiological response in the human body. Like squats are like the most genetically
I'm really happy with my ass. I mean, I do squats. It's part of my exercise, but I don't really understand your comment.
Oh, well, you got a picture of your flat ass on your PTR, so just bring it up. Woo! Baby got a shelf. 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 Well, let me ask you this, Allie. What is holding you back from taking action?
What?
Whatever you want to do it now. Action, adventure, fearlessness.
He's like, right, he gets you like pull it and then like.
It's true. I think you're suffering from anger, impulsivity, and recklessness.
I'm vibrating shit. I'm tired. I had a long day. Stop it.
Well, take time away to change perspective. Answers are coming.
I don't care.
How can you take some time off to contemplate?
These photos are funny. It's hilarious. I found out 12% is Jewish. It was like him with wearing a big fucking star, dude. That's funny shit.
This book.
Wow.
Wowzers.
America's
This book on John Locke is.
I just want to dedicate this next song to my friend Bow Wow, aka Michael Bronstein.
Oh wow. Cute. So cute. It's raining. It doesn't even feel like Memorial Day weekend. I wore like a heavy leather jacket last night when I went out because it was cold. It was like 49 degrees and raining.
You need to find a handsome shidduch to take you to Oahu to go skinny dipping in the ocean.
And your lips to God's ear.
Rabono Shalom.
Oh, I know who this is.
Rabono Shalom?
You know who this is? He records stuff and puts it on YouTube. He's Edmund.
You do whatever you want to do.
You know, whatever you want to do it now. Action, adventure, fearlessness.
be reasonable to make that effort to say if nine dentists recommend this, although I don't know 100% certainty, it could be some conspiracy, but I think that generally gives me good grounds to believe that the tooth fairy.
Make a breakdown, but that's what I'm seeing about rules.
That's okay.
Hello, moderators. I would like to answer the topic in the title of the room.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I don't know what Arminianism is. Can someone explain to me the concept of Arminianism?
How are you gonna
I don't want to Google it.
if you don't know what
I don't want to Google it because I'm lazy.
So what part do you want to answer? Free will or Arminianism?
The delusion of free will.
Okay.
Well, before we go further into that, are you a Christian?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So Arminianism, sorry for interjecting, we've got two positions in Christianity, and they are not salvific issues per se. So the Armenians believe that faith precedes regeneration. So regeneration being born again. So they believe that you have faith first and then you're born again. Calvinists, the opposing view, believes that you have regeneration and then you're born again by God and then you have faith. And then the reason why I believe Greg said, well, I agree with him. The delusion of free will is that most of the times Armenians will argue that they have free will, which usually they don't define the best way, but usually what they are arguing is that they are claiming they have freedom of choice, and their freedom of choice is what it was a condition of them exercising when they freedom of choice led them to exercise their faith, which was the condition by which God regenerated them. So that would be the argument. Then we Calvinists will oppose that position. So that's just an overview of what the topic is. Hopefully that helps out.
Okay, so I asked Grok, give me 3 Bible verses that prove Christianity is good, wise, and intelligent. The first response is Proverbs 1:7, fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. Oh, they kicked me! Aww. I guess they must have been Arminians. After all!
Who the King of England was in 1532 without
Right,
video.
and we have even signs that it can go back to the 1500s. We have bloodlines that go back to the 1500s.
Uh-oh, here we go with bloodlines. Moderators, put me in the queue because I want to answer your
I
question.
will tell you whether they were a king or not. Though. Like if I'm saying who was the king in 1532 of England, I mean you could
Can I
track and
can
say,
I at
like,
least
this
get
person
confirmation that I can be heard? Hello?
Right.
Hello?
Well, even if it's documented, I would have to say
It's speculative. They could be
some
lying.
sort of evidence of some sort of bearing. And I think that a lot of Christians
and he's smoking up. I assume.
So, Black Muse, what would you say the most entertaining tidbits of your rooms were today? What delusions from the conservatives or the liberals were most entertaining to you?
None of them. I don't find them entertaining. I find them annoying.
Well, what's holding you back from taking action, Black?
Taking action for what?
I don't know. Attached to the outcome.
I don't understand the question.
Are you maintaining your creative vision even in the face of adversity?
Yeah.
How can you take action to realize your dreams?
How? I just do. Lots of things.
How can you celebrate with your community? What have you learned from overcoming obstacles in the past? How can you take action today?
You have anything not in the scriptures there?
Consistent and move ahead.
Yeah, if I want a business talk, I'll go on YouTube. But come on, be original.
Are you seeing all the possibilities in front of you, or are you too fixated on one? No, Marshall's projection. That's Marshall's projection.
Yes. No, they indicted you. They just hadn't dealt with you yet. They indicted
Oh, they haven't dealt with me yet. Oh, I see. Marshall, judge, jury, executioner over here. Okay, Marshall.
Bro, I can read you look. It's not that fucking hard. It's not some sort of secret.
How can you read anything? You got all that butter on your glasses. You have the dynamic energy of a leader. You practice the big picture and overcoming obstacles, but you're impulsive, overbearing, and you have impossible expectations. What are you running away from?
Nothing.
What are you leaving behind?
Nothing.
Well, be aware of what you take with you when you leave.
I take nothing.
Uh-oh, you're stuck. And you on one of them.
Seeing all the possibilities.
There's always more than one way to do things.
Are you rehearsing this? Did you rehearse this?
You sound stressed.
Eating a sandwich?
Exactly. Take action, and life and your digestive process is moving ahead. It requires rapid action, movement, and quick decisions. Don't panic. Stop waiting and stop slowing down.
I know you didn't rehearse this for real.
What helps you?
Are you reading off a paper?
No, these are all questions from my memory. What helps you be more persistent and move ahead?
Food.
Fatigue, and you have unsure motives.
On who part? My part?
Yeah.
Nope.
And you're overwhelmed.
Never gave up a day in my life.
Do you seek recognition from others?
No.
Well, you have earned every success, victory,
Absolutely.
and success and public reward is coming your way. However, I think you have a lot of pride. And what do you think?
No.
No?
Well, is a part of who I am.
How can you resolve the
I do that.
Do you find yourself getting into arguments?
Sometimes.
Do some of these arguments have tension in them?
Yes.
Is there a competition?
Yes.
How can you celebrate with your community?
I enjoy myself.
Be ready to receive all opportunities coming your way, honey.
I know.
Soon there will be a celebration at your home. But you're suffering.
Absolutely.
You're suffering from a lack of support, and there are conflicts in the home. Time to prepare for a inspires and excites you.
Trauma.
Find your inspiration to take action, look ahead, expand, and achieve rapid growth. There will be delays and frustration and many obstacles. Are you enjoying? What were you going to say? Go ahead.
I agree. Go ahead.
Are you enjoying this clubhouse journey, or are you too attached to the outcome?
I'm enjoying it.
Focus on your dreams and enjoy the journey of exploration, excitement, and freedom.
Absolutely.
Don't procrastinate. Well, believe in your personal power, honey.
I have hesitations. Yeah.
The Oracle is telling me that your areas of focus are discovery, decisions, and planning. Hello?
That's funny. Valid questions.
Yeah, they're good questions. They get the brain thinking. Beautiful.
Self-discovery is something that people can do on their own. Gotta get rid of this cold. I feel terrible.
Awesome too.
How long you gonna keep this open, Jason?
What?
I said, how long you staying open?
As long as people want it open.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, diags of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. Is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince priest. Woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. For he is ever a son, and she a moon. But to but ye are not so chosen.
No, I decided to convert.
Hello?
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go out and continue meeting hot 19 and 20-year-olds and 21-year-olds and 22-year-olds and 23-year-olds and 24-year-olds and 25-year-olds and 26-year-olds and 27. Have a good night. Try not to be redundant. Don't repeat yourself. And CM dreams.
my school has like calculus for like math and physics and like majors and like engineers and stuff. And then they have like this watered down version called business calc for like business majors.
Well, point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order.
My voice is gonna be stuck in your head.
Can you say it sexier?
Not with John Kitover present.
Can we get Zabu to say it? Zabu, let's hear you say it.
My voice is nothing compared to that of the golden throat of John Kitover.
Daniel.
And I call him John Kitover.
Point of order, point of order, moderator, moderator, point of order. Oh my gosh, she's at work?
Did somebody kick him out?
I think he moved himself down. He does when he goes to sleep, I think.
Leroy wants to continue recording while he's sleeping.
Also, there was somebody in the audience named Anus. Did you guys catch that? Come on. Literally. It's funny. I think you have a more sexier voice, Danielle, than John.
Well, the ladies disagree.
The ladies disagree?
Yeah, man. John
Isn't
Kitover.
that wrong, lady?
Mr. Kitover, to what do we owe the pleasure of your company this evening? I'm good at...
I really gotta get going. I really gotta leave. I gotta get on the streets. Oh, man.
Song,
You know, he went on a date with a 19-year-old yesterday, and she basically said, like, oh, fuck, you're 43. Why am I on a date with you? Take me home.
Take me home.
Take me home.
But can you imagine, like, you're in like something right, and then the season that he's
We have an update to that viral lesbian e-bike confrontation from last month. A second man seen in the video has now been arrested. And you may remember the clip, a 13-year-old surrounded by adults inside the gated Lotus community just screaming for his phone back. And now 53-year-old Corey Brooks, who's seen there wearing a black shirt and sunglasses, is facing the same felony robbery by sudden snatching charge as Mitchell Shipman. Now investigators law prosecutors say the victim only has to be aware that his property has been taken for it to become a felony robbery.
It should be illegal. Take me home to a place I belong.
But the idea of at least having something
with my nose job,
Check this
take me
out.
home.
It's 25 Zen essays by Paul Life. Really, this book on John Locke is crucial. It explains.
Oh my god, I almost passed out. What do you nose job?
She didn't get a nose job.
I love how you know the proper name of it though. That's a little.
That is the question. I don't actually like plastic surgery.
That's Persian culture for sure.
That is definitely something that we learned as a child. That's what we learned on Sunday school. Different kinds of plastic surgeries.
Hey everyone, check this out.
To a place that I call home. Clubhouse world, clownhouse world. Take me to a place where Muslims don't exist.
What? You don't want me to exist?
You know, it's awful.
Until the Muslims have a constitutional referendum and a... No, actually, I'm dating a Muslim chick now. I'm dating a Serbian. She's hot. She's very hot. I call Clown House. Clown House is a big tent with lots of R words. Many, many R words. Every day, every week, saying the same speak. In Clown World, Clown World.
I saw the sign. It pulled me
Beef is in the streets. Hello?
I feel like John
Hello?
Barbie every night.
It's like awesome.
Little Barbie doll.
Hello?
Little Barbie doll.
Like the guy that has a real doll.
Hello?
Huh?
Doesn't he seem like the type of guy that has a real
Hello?
Yeah, like a real Barbie
Hello?
doll. with a little-
Hello? Hello? Hello?
No.
Hello? Hello?
Oh yeah, that's like a silicone like sex toy. Yeah.
And he talks to it and he's like, hi, Bridget.
But I think he's more old school where it's like inflatable. Those are
He's
inflatable.
more like a cheap ass fucking kid.
Yeah. That's like mod.
Floating device for a
Yeah.
pool.
Yeah. Like one of those. And a Barbie doll.
Yesterday.
All my troubles seem so far away. Now it's all as though that you're oh, yesterday came suddenly. What? under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, the gem that yours the splendor of new wave. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret waters of deep wave. Globe starry blue are mine, wank of nakonsu. These are fools that men do, both their gods and their men and fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, and in you my ecstasy is in yours.
To see your joy.
14 above, the gem azure is the naked splendor of nudity. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wind the starry blue are mine, awake if nothing soon. My joy is to see your child.
Holy fucking shit.
of New England, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star, for every number Centaur! Seven, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of apartment. The corpse is in the pool, not the pool in the corpse. Nine worship then the corpse. Behold, my light shed over Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new breed, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. And every woman is a star. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret sense of my heart is revealed. Seven, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Port Agras. Is it the who? Not the who in the cats. Nine worship in the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and see. They shall rule the many and the Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my sword with gold, the blessing of mine and I wear. My white robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign and invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the new vigor of the intimidated. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of the world. I after thee in thy car of glory. On my fingers I invoke thee. Under the wand of double powers of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the vine, the voice of the saints, given all the voices and Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. Begotten child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. Brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white And is thy sword of revenge, strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks on my head. I invoke it. The only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother told me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. The sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wonder of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine heart of dark blue waves of music. every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my beats. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than now. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it flow. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God.
That set up the constituencies, so it's beyond parties to even participate.
You know, California had a commission, and then the legislators set the commission aside.
Yeah, anyway, that's where I see the biggest problem. And also, what Howard was saying, of course, with the AI and these oligarchs, I think that's an issue. And of course, the money in your politics is always an issue. But I'll just land there. Thanks for letting me speak this evening.
Sure.
Everybody have a happy Memorial Day.
So I never knew, and I know very much because I'm from Michigan and I'm a sailor, about Isle Royale. I did not know that it is surrounded. I knew it was close to the shoreline of Ontario, but I did not know that it was surrounded by Canada. So I guess I can travel to Canada without a passport or an enhanced driver's license if I take a boat to Isle Royale, which belongs to the state of Michigan. So apparently the international border loops around it in a way, I'm reading this obviously, that places the island directly north of the U.S.-Canada boundary. So that's very interesting. And as to Howard's contribution, I'm going to say Machias Island, Machias. Actually, it's Machias Steel Island. It's a 20-acre island located 10 to 12 miles off the coast of Cutler, Maine, and is the last, according to Wikipedia, disputed land territory between the United States. And you can read about the origin of all this. It's very interesting. But this is very, very interesting, this little aspect of it. Canada maintains physical presence on the island. The Canadian Coast Guard deliberately keeps the lighthouse on the island staffed around the clock purely to assert continuous occupation and sovereignty. Now, is that not interesting? And I'm a lighthouse aficionado now. I want to go there. That's terrific. Photograph that.
Is it in the Lake of the Woods?
It doesn't say that, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the Lake of the Woods is.
That's just further northwest of Lake Superior.
No, you're talking about. We're talking about right. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Very interesting, Andrew and Paul. See, this is what I say all the time. I do this. I mentioned it yesterday when we tried our Facebook Live, which we had technical difficulties with. I'm just trying out different, platforms to try to expand our reach. And I always come back home to Bobby. But I've been doing this for more than 20 years. Actually, 26 years now, I guess. And a previous platform and on this platform. And I occasionally get people thanking me for hosting this, but to tell you the truth, I get more out of it. I mean, I don't do it for your benefit as much, I think, as I do for mine. Thank you guys for that. You're keeping my mind nice and active. Paul, followed by William. And folks, you can start putting hands back up. You shouldn't worry that you're not going to get called. You will get called. Paul.
Yes, hello. I don't believe there's terrorism, but I have nothing to worry about. I just follow the laws, and you have no problems. And it's not like the Hunger Games. And I would like people to be watched more, like what happened in Washington. This guy was ill, and they didn't do anything about it. And they told him to stay away, and they didn't watch him. And he hit an innocent person.
Can you talk about the shooting at the White House yesterday? Is that what you found?
Best, yeah.
So let's look at that for a second, if you don't mind, Paul. You're talking about somebody who is mentally ill and has probably been diagnosed as mentally ill and so forth.
And he thought he was Jesus.
Well, he's not the first. And so what would you do if a person is delusional such as that?
They should have watched them and put them on medication until...
Well, how are you going to force it? What do you mean watch it? In other words, assign people to follow him 24 hours a day?
The doctor, psychiatrist should have realized that he still had a problem.
Well, nothing about it.
Became like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay. Middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Oh. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my life, tend my love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking in the problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking, carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the sight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendor. They shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the heart. 16. For he is ever sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17. But ye are not so chosen. Their brows of splendor serpent. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto them. that men will do, both their gods and their men and fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Louis. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love the stars. Is to see your joy. Is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Louis. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged glow is starry blue, a light awakeneth Nachon Su.
The manifestation of the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh one
Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. To the unveiling of the company of heaven, every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. In our midst, my secret center, my heart and my heart. Seven. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, flashing my light and I wear. By my robe I invoke by the side I invoke I invoke Mine is the head of the man. He has the hawks by my head. I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By thy body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sun. Of thee, O Lord, by the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of fire, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet. My hand is thy sword of revenge, that strike at thy cheek. By the sword I told thee. I am the voice of the 611 are the voices. Sight is keen as the hawk by my head, I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine, the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the better wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the sound of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that are made about to invoke thee. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O Phoebe, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Flashing your light that I will. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the diamond of white and gold. And mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds to run I after thee in thy car of glory. While my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one that will cover in the voice of the Master. Abraham, Abraham. The world I invoke thee. Flaming sword, crown, giant conquering Lord, our Lord, Amen, God. By the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge. Let it strike. I not believe. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight. The voice of the six. 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke the red triangle reverse the sign, even of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the name I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone. No.
light and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or of the air, of falling air, or of rushing fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my beats. Mine is the hawk and
came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of your touch is steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Holy close, don't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I need it to know if I tremble. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a calm. Wisdom of God, now it's mine. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I need it to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God, heart enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. In the quiet, with my hands still shaking, I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and you promised take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall dance of infinite space. Is the prince, priest, the beast, and is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him but we are not so chosen. 19, oh, as your little woman bend upon. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power. 16. For he is ever a son, and she a moon. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto them. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, the gem God's yours, the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of the deep. Glow, starry blue are mine, O Enkefna Konsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men and fools. 12 come forth. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors. The wicked love, the story blue, are mine, awake now soon. My joy is to see your joy. Fourteen above, the gemmed azures, the naked splendor of night. She begs to see, to kiss the secret ardors of her dreams. The winged glow, the starry blue, her mind awakeneth noch so. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh one Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 Hadid, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister for apartment. 8, the couch is in the cool, not the cool in the couch.
manifestation of night to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of man. Our needs, my secret center, my heart and my thought. Seven, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Port Patras. Praise because is in the who, not the who in the past. Nine worship, then the camps, and behold my light shed over you. Bless my servants, if you are secret, they shall know the many and the Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given unsaved thee of thee, O Lord. By the lemon I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. By the sun. Master. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my Father, and about me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and tithe pure. By the song I'm the fear of the entire. By my crown. Glory, by my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Here at By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music and the song that I sing of hope to invoke thee. Of the 611 are the voices, mine is the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sold with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. The sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. And I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the sound of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine not the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph on the conquering Lord. If I am the voice for the rebel, mind of the man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Yes, I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white as gold, and mine the blue vigor of the end. fingers travel on the beats of birds who run I after thee in thy car of glory. While my fingers are invoke thee, for thou the one that will be power in the voice of the Master. Abraham. Song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the monster chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, giant and conquering Lord, oh Lord, amen God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I not believe. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shining diamonds of radiance, white and pure. invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, be mine is the head of the hawk, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each Abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my Abrahadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run. Your touch is a steady rain. Every wound gets named, and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop me. noise. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I need it. Steady rain on the dust of who I was. And the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, of heart and light. With my hands still shaking, I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and you promised take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that acts of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the but we are not so chosen. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, and in his woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. which I have given unto them. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. These are fools. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of heaven. To kiss the secret ardors of Hades, the winged of the starry blue, a night away. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh one Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret center, my heart. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Now amidst my secret center, my heart and my heart. revealed by I was the minister of Port Madras. The place of the house is in the poo, not the poo in the cats. Not than the cats, and behold my light shed over you. That's my servants, if you are secret, they shall do the many and the long. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My mother is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on unsaved deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the blessing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of unloveliness and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the new vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To Child and conquering Lord, by the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By thy body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of fire, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the interware. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the feet of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the days of music in the song that I sing of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy king. By the sword I invoke thee. I am the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke. Free mine is the garment of Maroka in Booty. Mine is the sign of a puppets and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold. And mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of her. So run I after thee. Double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra by the word I invoke thee. Invoke thee. Strike a master core. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and the conquering Lord. A big shot by the song I invoke thee. If I am the voice for the Lord, let it strike up my spirit by the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
We survived.
By my body I invoke thee. I'm crashing now. Now you want to see me crash now, baby? You better go listen to them rules in the first season. In 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Crash out, man.
You see how Red, he keep talking about this dice stuff. I believe you the one who get fucked in. You ain't got to run. You ain't got to act like you ain't gay. Come out. Because you the only one keep talking about that gay shit. Don't nobody play that gay shit. Because if you was in my face saying that, I would have been got your neck. I would have got to that neck, G. Okay? Wherever see.
Hey, yo, Pookie Love will throw them hands.
Shut up, Red, you bitch.
Pookie Love will end.
A can is a razor blade, bitch. But Red, you a bitch. You gonna always be a bitch.
Hey, man, they call Jesus Christ a bitch. I don't give a damn about none of this shit. Just pure entertainment, man. Shout out to Christ. Nigga motherfucking. Yeah, this nigga know I had this motherfucking spinning for like 8 hours. Nigga mention my name, nigga. I'm up in there. I don't give a fuck. I pop up like Beetlejuice, nigga.
When the last time you see some pussy? Cause I believe you.
I don't know. I'm saying. I mean, I see some pussy when I want to, you know? Who are you talking to? You know me. Fuck you talking about?
Oh. Don't nobody know your own that. You might gotta drive your balls.
Take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
Your balls dry.
Damn. They just say your balls dry. I bet you gonna be sleeping about 30 minutes.
As you get some sleep, bitch, I bet you been up all day talking shit, bitch.
Hell no. I don't be on Clubhouse like that. I mean,
I'm talking to the wall. Y'all see that, right? She been talking all dyke shit the past.
Damn, why you still call her a dyke, bro?
You know what I'm saying? Hey, yo, this nigga right here just talking. Red just going along with it. Red just flirting with it.
I'm gonna rebrand it. Rebrand it.
I'm gonna give it up, man. Yo, yeah.
Why you call Pookie Love a dyke? Why you call her a dyke? Nah, but why you call her a dyke?
You flirted with a dyke.
Rebrand it. That's rebrand it.
Everybody here, we hear dykes talking.
That's rebrand it.
No more.
You don't know her name. You know that's rebrand it. You call her a dyke.
I'm a dyke, man. I ain't gonna. Come on, we just want dyke from a regular female, man. From 100% female.
You was being bitches.
Look, you try to talk. Dyke try to talk to me, man. I ain't gonna really talk to you. You a dyke, man. I don't want to. Hey, yo, only thing I need you for is to beat up a bitch. Other than that, I don't want to talk. I don't flirt with dykes, man. I need you to beat up bitches. That's it, man.
Get it up.
Beat up, man.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
I'm not talking to somebody who come to get away. Look at me with a classy. What the right way, man? That nigga is a gay.
Get him, Brookie. Get him.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that, man. I might go do that, bro.
Ken, what's up?
You flirting with a date. You flirting with a date.
What's up with flirting with dates? They women.
Hey, Red, shut up. I just want to ask them one question. Do Ryan on here know you? Do Ryan know you, Red?
Check that motherfucker.
Would you shut up? All I want him to know.
I'm talking to the wall. Dyke trying to ask me. Dyke ass. Dyke ass out of there.
Come on, Pookie. Get that motherfucker.
That's what the Dyke ass. Only thing talking to you. Dyke ass.
Do Ryan know you? Because if Ryan knows you, I'm definitely see you. Do Ryan know you?
You're trouble now. You're trouble now.
All right. That is what this phone call first.
That's it. I'm going to screenshot your PTI.
Oh, you're in trouble now.
Ryan know you. I'm
you're in trouble.
I'm going to definitely see you. If Ryan know you, I'm coming your way.
Oh, they got Dyke connection.
I want you to come get Dyke.
Strike the
No, when are you gonna come your way? Hey, Pookie Love will knock you the fuck out, nigga, like Richard. What's wrong with that? That's the limits. I like Dax. I like Dax. I like that. Hey, yo, I like Dax and Blue Jackets. I ain't gonna lie to you. They are winning. You got your nigga over here that came in this bitch night talk that was talking about fucking men. Bitch, the fuck you talking about, nigga? We got
I'm coming to the wall. I did my 13-second video.
I fuck with good, I guarantee you. Shit. And Will. I fucking dog shit out of Bull Dagger. The pussy tight. The Bull Dagger's pussy tight. Yeah.
Okay, I just saw your PTR to Rania.
Now, get them together.
I read. Hold on. Now, if she know you, whenever we in your city, I'm coming your way.
You gonna die, nigga.
Which PTR? Which one?
That's your daddy. That's your daddy. That's your daddy. I see. Listen, Pookie, that's where he playing it, bro. This nigga fucking, yo, he tripping, he trolling.
Nah, I ain't no trolling.
Alright, that's 13 seconds. Now, here, Pookie, you dyke bitch. Now, which PTR is mine? Which PTR is mine?
Do you know, hey,
what's my PTR, dyke?
Check that motherfucker, Pookie.
No, you said you had my PTR. What's my PTR? Which person am I? Which person am I?
Look at him.
Do you know this person on my PTR?
Nah, you know that motherfucker.
Goofy ass date. I asked your question. Yeah, answer my question first, you goofy.
No, ask him, do you know her on my PTR?
Nah.
That's how I'm gonna get to you.
Hey, yo, I bet your Murphy won't get in this room since she really listening to all that later. Fuck all that shit. No.
With assistance.
The replay is dumbass question. You sent a lot of help to hear. You sent a lot of help to hear, though.
Fast question. I'm gonna leave it.
Go ahead, Pookie. Take your time.
Do you know her? That's all I want to know. Do you know her?
MC Hammer style. Have you seen her? MC Hammer style, nigga. Have you seen her?
Right, I'm just gonna keep saying my shit. I'm not just going.
Nah, I don't see her.
I don't know what you talking about. Like,
But let me let you know.
I don't know what you talking about.
See her, nigga. Check that motherfucker.
Fat date, yo. Red like fat dates. Red like fat dates.
Pink Justice in the room. Pink Justice in the room.
Don't put that like that.
Yeah, your mama's a guy.
You mad dates, yo.
Your mama's a guy.
Dates, yo. You got justice on speed dial. You got justice on speed dial. What's wrong with that? Billy Dyke on speed dial.
I know she. That's your dad. That's your dad.
It's a Philly Dyke. You got on speed dial.
That's your dad. So you got
speed dial. You got Dyke on speed dial.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
degraded, like frequency, and there's a higher frequency underneath that that's being blocked by the Schumann resonance.
Yeah, the Schumann resonance, what my understanding, what people keep on saying, I think that's a system. It's a mimic system. It's not the actual full system. That's when have you seen what it actually looks like?
With when they walk outside in their bare feet. It's like
that's not the energy. Yep. Yeah. I go around it. I don't go through it. So what it actually looks like? Has anybody seen, what does it look like? It looks like a ball.
What type of ball is it? Like an orb?
It's an orb, yeah. But it's, like when people gone into AI or ChatGPT and it tells them to draw a picture, and then you can see the little, it looks just like that.
I don't use ChatGPT, but I've seen a real orb like enter my hotel room. It was like a ball. It went into the bathroom and disappeared.
No, we're talking about in the bottom of the ground. Hold on, let me see what Hold on. When you see the copy of the Schumann resonance, so when they made and they were showing it, shit, it's the same thing. So you ever seen the fake sun?
I seen the dark moon this year. I don't know if that counts.
The fake sun has it has like these. Hold on, let me get it before I'm gonna go circles. Hold on, give me a second, sir.
Hey, sir. Can you do a small little favor?
I'm not gonna agree to a favor that I don't know what it is.
I just was wondering if you check out my URL because I just watched. I want to make sure it's everybody.
No, thank you. I just click the links. I'm reading a post from this guy that I found tonight when I was looking for any posts on Starfire. And then I was reading, he did comment about Starfire, but then, then he has all these posts about all these different things. It's like so interesting to read, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is so interesting. What did you say?
Let's see if you buy a shirt.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Buy a shirt? Oh, no, thank you. Who the fuck was that? Do people really think they can just like bark, commands at people and then people are just gonna like, obey? I don't know. People like Uma's like, read it. It's just like, oh no, thank you. It's just like, do you really think you're saying it 3 times is gonna make me read it? Like, no.
Let me try to find it.
Drink a holly jolly juice, and the music industry's masquerade. These parasites disturb your mind and turn you into something less than human. The hive mind queen infects your dream till ignorance is bliss and joy and bliss. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy. Lies and lies and mysteries out of the box. The skyline isn't Shut down, going on too much. holy costume here and Gentiles sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's illegal if you tease me when I'm wheezing or get out. Oi, they shut down the coin, not too much. We rule around the mighty heads and have the Midas touch. Come, leave us sugar for noticing the trend. That's how things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. And oh, they shut it down. You're showing now, good luck. We are the techno-Pharisees, you're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to connect on for not. The decks and stacks will just relax. You have a mazel tov. Oi, they shut it down. We know too much. We know the land with mighty hands that have the Midas touch. Come, we were sugar for noticing the truth. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Hey! When you get close to the viper's den, 'cause you can ski. Don't even jest. The hornet's nest will descend up you with the Shekinah. We fudge the scores. We fund the wars. It's how we knew in Waterloo was a lose. It's protocol to hoax and all, like each pathogenic and sweet design. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and mysteries, alibis. This timeline isn't Wait, they shut down the point, not too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the Midas touch. Call me a sugar for noticing the trends. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Hey! Prepare to be for a live complete. And if you try to claim that invaders can't remain, we'll greet you by obscenely cheering out. Careful, don't say that boys wearing skirts playing sports against your daughters is retarded. It's already bad with every single ad depicts diversity in every home. Remember you used to try to assemble and occupy. Obama brought you hope and social justice. Woke sells quite well, it's also a spell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. This timeline isn't shut down the point, not too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the Midas touch. Come be the sugar, noticing the trends. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Boy, they shut it down, you're showing now, good luck. We are the techno-Pharisees, we're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to commence when sizing up our lot. The next big stacks will just relax here, have them all. Hey, 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 hey. It's transitory. Funny story. Inflation just sustains the vicious mind. Old check on you, where they hide all their jewels, but we can't hide pride with a little on the nose. Bones always porn. It's kind of a warning when the product's free. There's something else they're taking. These clowns in Hollywood drink their holly jolly juice, and the music industry's a masquerade. These parasites disturb your mind and turn you into something less than cute. The white mind queen infects your dream till ignorance is bliss and joy bliss. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and mysteries, alibis. The starlight isn't shut it down, you're going not too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the come be the sugar for noticing a trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. Boy, they shut it down, you can't say Christ is king. It's literally a holy costume here and Gentiles sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's illegal if you tease me when I'm wheezing or get out. Oi, they shut down the coin, not too much. We rule around with mighty hands that have the Midas touch. Come be the sugar for noticing the trend. That's other things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. And oh, they shut it down. You're showing no good luck. We are the techno Pharisees, you're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to relax. I'm sizing up a lot. The next mistake, so just relax. You have a muzzle top. They shut it down. We know too much. We know the mighty hands that have the lightest touch. Come be the sugar for noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. When you get close to the viper's den, 'cause you can ski. Don't even jealous, the hornet's nest will descend upon you in the Shekinah. We flush the scores, we fund the wars, it's how we knew in Waterloo. It's protocol to hoax and all, like each pathogenic and sweet design. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprised of lies and mysteries, alibis. This timeline isn't shut down the door, you know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the lightest touch. Call me a sugar for noticing the trend. Say so, sing them all instead. Hey! Prepare to be filleted alive, you're free. And if you try to claim that invaders can't remain, we'll greet you by obscenely cheering now. Careful, don't say that boys wearing skirts playing sports against your daughters is required. It's only bad with every single ad depicts diversity in every home. Remember you used to try to assemble and occupy, but Obama brought you open social justice. Book sells quite well, it's also a spell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. This timeline isn't lightest touch. Call me a sugar, but noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Boy, they shut it down, you're showing now good luck. We are the techno Pharisees, we're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to prevent from sizing up our lot. But extra stacks, so just relax here, have a muzzle top. Hey, 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 it's transitory, funny story. Inflation just sustains the vicious mind. Old Jekyll knew where they hide all their jewels, but we can't hide a little on the nose. Loans always poured. It's kind of a warning when the product's free. There's something else they take. These clowns in Hollywood drink their holly jolly juice, and the music industry's a masquerade. These parasites disturb your mind and turn you into something. The white mind queen infects your dream till ignorance is bliss. Enjoy your bliss. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and mysteries, alibis. The skyline isn't shut it down. You're going to know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the lightest touch. Come be the sugar for noticing a trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. Boy, they shut it down. You can't say this king. It's literally a Holocaust to hear a Gentile sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's illegal if you tease me when I'm wheezing or get out. And boy, they shut down. They're going not too much. We rule around the mighty hands that have the lightest touch. Come be the sugar for noticing the trend. That's how you cannot say, so sing them out instead. And oh, they shut it down. You're showing no good luck. We are the techno Pharisees, you're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to let you from sizing up a lot. sex, so just relax here, have a mazel tov. Boy, they shut it down. We know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the lightest touch. Come be a sugar for noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Hey! When you get close to the viper's den, 'cause you can scheme. Don't even jest. The hornet's nest will descend upon you in the Shekinah. We've watched the scores. We've fought the wars. It's how we knew in Waterloo was a lose. Protocol to hopes and all, like each pathogenic and sweet design. Don't believe these lies. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and mysteries, alibis. This timeline isn't shut down the door, you know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the mighty touch. Call me a sugar for noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Hey! Prepare to be filleted out of your breed. And if you try to claim that invaders can't remain, we'll bring you by obscenely cheering now. Careful, don't say that boys wearing skirts playing sports against your daughters is it's only bad when every single ad depicts diversity in every home. Remember you used to try to assemble and occupy, but Obama brought you hope and social justice. Woke sells quite well, it's also a spell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. This timeline isn't shut down the point, you know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the mightiest touch. Call me a sugar for noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Boy, they shut it down, you show it, now good luck. We are the techno-pharisees, we're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to prevent some sizing up our lungs, but experts relax here, have a mazel tov. Hey, 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 hey. It's transitory. Funny story. Inflation just sustains the vicious fight. Oh, check on you where they hide all their juice. But we can't hide pride was a little on the nose. Owns all this porn. It's kind of a warning when the product's free. There's something else they're taking. These clowns in Hollywood drink their holly jolly juice, and the music industry's a masquerade. These parasites disturb your mind and turn you into something less than cute. The white mind queen infects your dream till ignorance is bliss. Enjoy your bliss. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. The skyline isn't shut it down, you're going to know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the mightiest touch. Call me a sugar for noticing a trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. Boy, they shut it down, you can't say Christ is king. It's literally a holy must to hear a Gentile sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's illegal if you tease me when I'm wheezing or get wild. Boy, they shut down the going not too much. We rule around the mighty hands that have touch. Come be the sugar for noticing the trend. That's how things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. And oh, they shut it down, you're showing now good luck. We are the techno-pharisees, you're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to prevent from sizing up a lot. But that's mistakes, so just relax here, have a mazel tov. They shut it down, we rule the land with mighty hands that have the mightiest touch. Come be a sugar for noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Viper's den, 'cause you can ski. Don't even jest. The hornet's nest will descend upon you with the Shekinah. We fudge the scores. We fought the wars. It's how we knew in Waterloo was a lose. It's protocol to oaks and all, like each pathogenic and sweet as lime. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprising lies and mysteries, alibis. This timeline isn't Wait, they shut it down. Don't you know too much? We will the land with mighty hands like the lightest touch. Should we noticing the trend? There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Hey! Except being Caucasian's best. Prepare to be flayed live complete. And try to claim that invaders can't remain. We'll bring you by your singing shivery now. Don't say that boys wearing skirts flame. Sports and darkness is retired. It's already bad with every single ad to fix diversity in every home. Remember you used to try to assemble and occupy, but don't bother brought you hope and social justice. Woke sells quite well, it's also a spell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprised of lies and histories, alibis. This timeline isn't shut down. Don't you know too much? We rule the land with mighty hands that have the lightest touch. Come be a sugar, noticing the trends. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Boy, they shut it down. Just show it now, good luck. We are the techno-Pharisees, we're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to commence from sizing up our lungs. But expert stacks, so just relax here, have a mazel tov. Hey, 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 hey. It's transitory. Funny story. Inflation just sustains the vicious mind. Old new, where they hide all their jewels, but we can't hide pride when it's a little on the nose. Bones always porn. It's kind of a warning when the product's free. There's something else they take. These clowns in Hollywood drink their holly jolly juice, and the music industry's masquerade. These perilous sights disturb your mind and turn you into something less than cute. The blind mind queen infects your dream till ignorance is bliss. Enjoy your bliss. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of mysteries, alibis. The skyline isn't shut it down. Don't you know too much? We rule the land with mighty hands that hire the lightest touch. Come be the sugar, noticing a trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. Boy, they shut it down. You can't say Christ is king. It's literally a holy costume here and Gentiles sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's silly if you tease me when I'm wheezing or get out. And boy, they shut down. The coin not too much. We rule the land with mighty hands and have the lightest touch. And come be the sugar for noticing a trend. The sound of things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. And oh, they shut it down. You're showing now, good luck. We are the techno-Pharisees, you're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to let you rising up our hearts. But that's not so just relax your hand. They shut it down. We know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that have the lightest touch. Come be a sugar for noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Hey! When you get close to the Viper's den, 'cause you can ski. Don't even jest. The hornet's nest will descend upon you with the Shekinah. We fudge the scores. We fought the wars. It's how we knew in Waterloo
his protocol. Two oaks and all, like he's pathogenic and sweet as lime. Don't believe these blind eyes, there's no conspiracy, complies with lies and history's alibis. I'm like,